Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What is happening today? My friends, what is happening today? I mean, a lot, I guess. I don't know, or not. We are a drama channel. We are a drama channel now. It is a thing. What my hair? I just got out of the shower, so my hair was wet and will now be drying throughout the show. Expect for it to look as stupider and stupider as the night goes on. It's gonna be great. Look at this. Oh my God! It's gonna just poof out. It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect. I love it. I love it. I got to get a haircut. So yes, we're a drama channel now, apparently, because this week has been fraught. A wonderful word. Have you ever heard this word, fraught? It means bedraggled, bogged down even, encumbered. I have great words, big words, wonderful words. Look, when I went to school, they would always tell me, your words are better. They're better than everybody else's. And I would say, well, they're superior, actually, because better's a little bit weak. So anyway, it's a week fraught with drama. And drama is not something I like. It comes with YouTube. It comes with social media, that you will get drama because you've got differing opinions, you've got different positions, you've got different people all mashed together in a space, and there's no one can get actually punched in the mouth. And so that hampers things. Let me see. I gotta send a message to Ken. Let's see. I might bring Ken on right around in about an hour. Ken is central to some of this drama, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it in detail, in fine, great details. We are going to... what shirt is that? It's Ethan Van Sciver's shirt. Go get Daddy's belt. Which is great. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it in some detail. Again, I'm not a big giant fan of drama. Drama channels end up being cancer very, very quickly because when you run out of other people's drama to talk about, you end up having to, I don't know, engage in drama, which I don't want to do. I don't want to do that ever. But this week has just had a couple hits. So first, we've got three major drama topics to talk about. Sophie Long. We haven't talked about Sophie Long in a long time. We have not. There's a lot of updates in this case. Early on, it looked like the dad was kind of in the right and being railroaded. Then some very questionable stuff happened with the dad in the interim, and now the dad is actually on the run, allegedly, with the daughter. Took her and ran off in defiance of a court order, which, even if the dad is in the right, makes it really troubling. And so we have no idea. And I think I said this at the time. You know, we're getting blips and sides of the story, and we don't actually know what happened behind it all. Of course, is a little girl torn between two parents fighting in absurd fashion. And so we don't know what's going on with that specifically, but there's some big drama in the community, or in this case, related to related to here because a friend of the show, Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings, has been doxxed, and I believe, and we'll get confirmation on how much of the story he wants to tell later this evening when I bring him on. Has been fired from his job for merely talking about this case because Kelly Long, the mother, because Kelly Long and her followers, I don't know exactly who did what, but and maybe even her attorney went after Ken's employment. Now, I should be very clear on this. I do not believe that Kelly Long directly or her attorney directly contacted Ken's employer. However, people who seem to be associated with that did. Now, the real question is how they got Ken's info. This is the trick, and this is where the heavy suspicion comes from the lawyer, because there are very few places that info could have been grabbed from. I don't even have Ken's info, and I've met the man. So I don't even know, the overall profile of who he is, where he worked, any of that stuff. But they were able to grab this, I believe, through access to the case records, as it's, if I recall correctly, and hopefully when we get there, Ken will correct me on any details I got wrong. But Ken may have requested some documents back when this case was more public. And then the case has since been sealed, allegedly. I haven't seen any order sealing this case, but has since been sealed. And so the only the attorneys in the case or the parties would have access to information about it. Well, if only the parties or the attorneys have access to any of the information about who may have requested documents, that sort of implicates a very limited number of people who might have had access to it. So, kind of looking like some involvement directly from these people. Now, what's interesting is in the wake of all this, I have received from several anonymous sources the documents in question. I have received several anonymous sources providing me the documents in question. I have not seen a sealing order. I don't believe I'm bound by any judge in Texas. And we might just have to have a show and figure out what people are so scared of. I think that might be an interesting thing. But I need some time to go through and actually redact any protected information about the children that may be in the documents. There's a good chunk of them. I don't know how much is worth going through, but I have to pre-screen them and get rid of, kids' names in documents are abbreviated. And so if there are any mentions of their names or any medical conditions or whatever, that's the kind of stuff that we definitely wouldn't want to be on there. But I'm not quite sure a Texas lawyer can threaten me with a Texas order in a Texas court restricting the Texas parties. And I don't really have an employer they can bitch to. So we might have to take a look at those. Because, I don't like people getting bullied over speech. I don't like people being attacked over their speech. So, yeah, I mean, if they want to call my law firm and complain, I guess they can. That'd be fun. It's been a while since someone decided to call the CEO of Ricada Law, but it's always good when someone does that. Okay, so yeah, so that's one piece of the drama. That's one piece of the drama, and we'll your employer in this case is Susan. She can remove your video or channel if the feds bitch about it. The feds don't care. The feds don't care about this case at all. So that, you know, that's something. But I think I can navigate those documents well within any YouTube privacy policies. And I think we'll have to see. But like I said, I have to go through them. I have to make sure there's nothing that would be violative of anyone's rights before we do. I think that the order sealing the entire case, if such an order exists, I have yet to see it. I've seen a lot of people talk about it. I've seen there's one header that on the Facebook group, there's one headline that is a header that you put on a document to file it confidentially. That's not the same thing as a sealed case or a sealed document. And there's a lot of considerations that tend to go into that, and sealing a case ultimately you don't get to just seal a case. Like there are rules around sealing a document or sealing the documents of a case. You have to make a request. You have to file a motion to seal it. That motion has to remain public. Various aspects of the case, all orders in the case have to remain public. They have to. It's a rule of civil procedure in Texas. So I don't think this case is actually sealed. I think maybe it's under the general sort of quote unquote confidentiality that goes around with any case with minors involved. But it doesn't that doesn't mean that it's sealed or not. And I believe the wording of one of the threats, one of the cease and desists, was not publicly available. That's not sealed either. And the other problem is, unless you're under the jurisdiction of the court, they can't seal anything. So we'll be maybe in the next day or two having a discussion about what's in those documents that they're so scared of. Because I don't like when people get their employment attacked because they said something that someone doesn't like, that they covered a subject that someone doesn't want talked about. And if I have the opportunity to be that voice, then I'll do it. That's fine. Catch you later, other Ken. I'm not talking to Ken Jennings here, but Ken A. Catch you later, buddy. All right. So that being said, then we're also going to talk Discord drama. This was the great drain on my weekend. Not because I was like emotionally devastated, but just because this is so freaking tiring and irritating and petty and petulant. But we will go through what happened. I will go through what happened in my Discord in as much detail as I'm able to provide, knowing that I missed a bunch of it because I was at Anime Matsuri, and that's when some of this stuff was going on, apparently, and then it escalated from there and eventually culminated with me removing someone from the Discord for only the second time in the Discord's history. And, it's not something I like to do. in any way. But I think it'll make for a fun story, and you guys can decide. Maybe I'm the tyrannical asshole, which is perfect. The first time was a guy who had been in the Discord for a long time, left the Discord, wanted to come back. I let him back in, and when he came back in, he spammed the Discord with a bunch of horse pornography, which is a tactic to get Discord channels removed. You can spam them with a bunch of stuff that doesn't belong, or that's not behind like an 18 plus thing, or breaks various policies, and then you can report the Discord channel. And it's a oh, there it is. Nick lies to his followers. Oh, I hope that's you. Great. But anyway, so that was the first one. I had to, remove that person, which was unfortunate, because I thought they were funny in general, and I wish I didn't have to do that, but I can't have someone who's going to be there trying to ruin the Discord. It doesn't work. It won't work that way. And then this recent one we'll talk about was a little bit different, a little bit more complex, and is partially the fault of Discord's system in general being stupid. But that's how that goes. And then finally, we've got my fight with Nate the lawyer. And that's a tongue-in-cheek sort of drama topic, because we definitely did not have a fight. We had a discussion back and forth on Twitter. I thought it was a good discussion, and it may have appeared more dramatic than it was on Twitter. But I want everyone to know that Nate and I are on very good terms. We talked privately as well, and like because looking back, I could see how it kind of looks like maybe there was some sniping going on, but no, it's all good. It was a good discussion. We resolved it, and it's about an interesting subject right now. It's about censorship. It's about censorship of speech on social media and what to do. Wolvenar already turned on sub-only chats, so I'm going to do the super chats that are in right now, and then we will do all of the stuff I just talked about. So while I'm getting that pulled up, hey, how was that show with Ron Coleman last night? I thought it was great. Very smart guy. My favorite part of the night was when he pointed out that I had reviewed one of his lawsuits a couple years ago and absolutely trashed it. That was my favorite part. No, Wolvenar, I just turned it on. But he was right. I trashed it. It's great. The cool thing is we'll get to see who was right about that lawsuit, right? And here's the thing. I want to be wrong on that one. I want to be wrong. I want Ron Coleman to win for Gavin McInnes against the Southern Poverty Law Center. An absolutely terrible group that absolutely maligns and destroys people's lives on a routine basis, and they love doing it because they feel justified. They feel like they have a moral imperative to ruin people's lives. They are some of the worst people that exist. Anybody who thinks they have a moral imperative to ruin the lives of people because they disagree with their speech, I question them from the onset. I don't trust them. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. And I certainly don't like it. So that's the Southern Poverty Law Center case. Haven't heard any news from it. I actually kind of forgot it existed because it's been so quiet. And then Ron informed us yesterday that it's been 2 years without a ruling. The judge just is just sitting on it. So we'll see. I think Ron has more faith in the system favoring his client on that case than I do. And the problem is the way in my opinion, if I remember right, the problem I had is most of the stuff that was in the lawsuit, the way the system looks at it, the way judges looks at it, and the way the Southern Poverty Law Center does it is intended to shroud them from this sort of defamation action, even though what they're doing is clearly defamatory with the purpose of harming someone. That's what the SPLC does. Their purpose is not to gather a list of quote unquote racists so that other racists can go congregate with them in a happy fun time. It's not like a dating app where you're trying to bring two bad thinkers together or something. No, the Southern Poverty Law Center declares someone to be racist, hateful, bigoted, or whatever, and then they put them on a list of people that need to be shunned, removed, exposed to ridicule, and ostracized, and boycotted. They're specifically doing it to harm people. That's the stated purpose. That is a feature. It was never a bug. And so, the question of whether or not Southern Poverty Law Center defamed Gavin McInnes, I don't think that's a question at all. However, I don't have as much faith that this judge will rule favorably for Gavin that as Ron does. But I really hope he is right and I am wrong. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in the wake of that. Okay, so the chats that came in before the stream, talking about those real quick, and then we will get into our main topics as we go. From Yashken says, "Hey Nick, is tonight a gaming night? If so, then why not try out Doki Doki Literature Club? It should surprise you." Yes, it is, and yes, I am. Ralph Mack says, "Zions did 9/11 and want me to take experiment jabs." Like from, is Mike Tyson a scientist? Is he? I don't get it. Rick Nikita says, "Nikki the Knife Rackets has entered the ring." Jose says, "Ricada, did you know Warner Brothers claimed a YouTube cartoon of Bugs Bunny by Meat Canyon, and YouTube sided with Warner Brothers? Bugs was a grapist in the video. It's canon." Yes, I did not know that, but yeah. So apparently Bugs Bunny is a diddler, and Warner Brothers has claimed it as their intellectual property. So good job with that. Bad Vibe says, "Hey, Nick, I am calling your boss and telling her you are bad at your job. You ruined brisket too. Don't you dare. Don't you dare defame me." Let's see. Okay. So there's that. And then, are there any over here on the Justice Chat side? Yes, Hated 7 Days to Die says, "Hey, today, Wednesday." It's not Wednesday yet. That's tomorrow. Is my birthday. I would appreciate a rage-filled show to watch when I catch the video on demand. Have a great evening, everyone. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. How do you get an ah sound from O, Dingus? Because Doki Doki sounds really fucking hokey. There you go. I don't really care for that at all. So I say Doki Doki. That's what we're doing. Okay. That being said, let's get to this. Where should we start? I'm gonna bring Ken on in a little bit still. Okay, we've got about 30 minutes before we're gonna bring Ken on. So let's start with this Discord drama. How best to do that? We'll start from the beginning. So, and I believe the person involved in the Discord drama is in the chat tonight. And you know what? I don't know how to say this, but I'm sad for you. I'm sad that things worked out the way that they did, but I also do not. There's very little that I don't tolerate, but someone doing this is one of those things. I'm not gonna have you take a place to just trash my business and misrepresent me. And I don't know why you would want to pay to do that, but you can do that wherever you want. I mean, you can do it in the chat, I guess. You can do whatever you want to do, but you're not going to do that in my Discord. So that's not where it's going to happen. And also, literally, just about everybody who talked about it was asking me to remove you, and I said no. I said no. So then you went on your weird little rage fit. So here's what happened. This person was in Discord and was I guess relatively new to the Discord. I don't know. Was relatively new to the Discord. They were in there, and someone came on the show to super chat to me to tell me that there was some sort of autism going on in the Discord, and that someone was so disruptive that they needed some sort of solution. So I had no idea what was going on. No idea. So I go to check into it, and I'm greeted with a bunch of people saying someone is being extremely disruptive in the Discord. You can't even have a conversation. So what's the solution? How do you fix it? I'm like, I don't know, block them. Because that seems normal, right? Just block the person, and then who cares? If you don't like what they say, you don't like them, whatever it is, you're having a bad day, block a person. Doesn't matter. Except, and this is the part that is Discord's fault. If you block someone on Discord, every time they send a message, it still shows you that a message came through, that it's blocked. So what this person was doing was just endlessly typing tons and tons of messages, so that there were just tons and tons of things between people's talk. Now, again, this is in the general chat, and there's, so it's got the same effect. It's not even about what the person is saying. That has nothing to do with it. It's about how they were utilizing Discord to disrupt everybody's enjoyment of it, right? So it's like you go into McDonald's and you buy chicken nuggets, and then you just start, I don't know, like you buy 1,000 chicken nuggets and then just dump them on the floor in front of the bathroom or whatever. And people are like, but why would you do this? Like, it's just annoying. And then you're like, oh, okay. So you buy 1,000 more chicken nuggets, and then you dump them, 150 of them on every table or something. I don't know. I don't know why. Like, again, it blows my mind. I don't understand what possesses someone to intentionally disrupt something that they're choosing to participate in. But that's what was going on. So my solution to all this is typically pretty simple. Is I say, well, if you're going to come in and shit up the place, hopefully people will just bully you out. And that's where I left it. And the person was actually talking to me when that happened. And they said, it's your place. You do what you got to do, lol. If you need to ban me or whatever, you go ahead and ban me. And I wasn't going to. And at this point in time, several long Discord members had already left because of this person. They left. Active participants in the Discord left the server entirely because this person was such a catch you next Tuesday, I guess. So, and I know this is the stupidest drama, but it's a reality. It happened. So that's why we're talking about it. But so I'm still saying at this point, even though I know this is potentially damaging my business, right? That these other members are quitting because of this person. I'm like, well, that's the nature of it, right? That's the thing. Well, it kept being a problem. It kept being a problem after that. And so then people wanted some sort of solution. So the solution that the mods and I came up with on some suggestions was to just have a separate channel for a specific conversation. We already have channels for conversations about anime, where all the degenerates go and talk about food all day or whatever. We have Comicsgate conversations. We have, various channels that can have more specific. There's a cooking channel or whatever for people to share recipes and stuff like that. Stuff that doesn't matter in the general chat. So it's like, okay, we'll create a place for Spurgery. We'll just have that. In the meantime, if someone is absolutely destroying the chat, well, then they'll get a timeout. They'll get a little timeout, and this person received a timeout for an hour. And a timeout, by the way, still gives you access to a couple specific server rooms. So you're not like thrown out of the Discord. You're just timed out from the general chat for a little bit. And there are, because, there are various rules that have to be followed on Discord. And that's one way to manage those rules. Like if you post not safe for work content in a channel that isn't 18 plus, you get kicked out of that channel for a little bit. You can go to the 18 plus channel and you can post whatever you want in there. That's fine. You just have to post it in the right place to be within the rules. But again, it wasn't about what the person was saying. It wasn't the content of the speech that had anything to do. It was them being disruptive in general. And so I'm asleep during all this. This is, I had my show, and then I had my Twitch show, and then I went to bed. So I wake up after this person had gotten a timeout. And by the time I wake up, they have decided to wage war. And that is one of the actual quotes. Here we go. Where is it? So I get this message. Okay, diplomacy has failed. Now we try war. This is him talking to one of the moderators, Keck. Is that a threat? Yes. I will now be contacting as many customers of rackets as possible to dissuade them, and any other method I can think of. Fuck you, people. And so I'm like, okay, get out then. Get out. At that point, what is happening with this thing? So then here we go. Here's some more. This is some stuff in the general chat. Mind you, again, I haven't even been in the Discord during this time. Shameless, lie to people, take their money, then laugh in their face about it and ban them if they notice. When CPS takes your kids, you'll deserve it. Or some F-slur vaccine crew gets you red flagged, or whatever F shit inevitably happens to you. So, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Now, to be very fair to this person, they had sent me a message at 5:41 a.m. my time. 5:41 a.m. my time, and that message is included in here, demanding a refund, which at this point, so here's 5:41 a.m. They have demanded the refund, but prior to that, they had already talked about harming my business. It's a wonky timeline, but that's the thing. And so at that point, no, you're not getting a refund. Plus, this person got what they paid for. They had access to the locals. They had access to the Discord. This is what they were posting in some other stuff. Here's what they did. Here's where their ultimate beef lies, I guess. They contacted my moderation team asking for a refund. My volunteer moderation team of the Discord, who has no access to anything involving any money, because while I love them all, they're volunteer Discord moderators. Color me, maybe I'm overly secure on this, but you know, I don't give my bank account to anybody. My dad doesn't have access to my bank account. An anonymous Discord moderator is not going to either. They don't have that type of control over the channel, over the locals, or anything like that, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't. That's silly. But they contacted them, and when they told them we can't give it to you, they had an absolute conniption about that. Like, of course you can, because this person doesn't perceive reality. I don't know. Nick, you got to thank the mods. Yes, you're all gay, and you know it. So there you go. Because all mods are. So I DM'd Soder, who was awake. I DM'd other mods. I was explicitly told, go see Soder. He'll give you a refund. Yeah, people were wrong. Soder can't give you a refund. Not at all. He says, that wasn't the question, you dumb F-slur. Did you DM Nick directly or not? No, because when Soder told me no, I knew there was no refund. I'm not an R-tard. Well, you know what's amazing about that is Soder telling you no has no impact on whether or not you'd get a refund. Literally zero. Literally, it's nothing. No possibility. Like, he has no say in it at all. He probably told you no because you called him the N-word a whole bunch. Just to guess that, and this is going to be the unsung story behind all this. I'm making out very politely how this went down. You'll see some of the language used in the chat. But imagine going up to the customer service desk at a Target and being like, I want you to return this shirt, you Nigerian. Like, this is not going to work for you. It's not going to happen. I promise you, Target is not going to take your return. It won't happen. No matter what. It's a terrible plan. I can give you any 1,000 other ways to do it than that. But it's just not. So, like, one of his complaints, and this is the funny part of it. One of the ways I advertise the Discord, this guy's right. I say, you can make fun of the mods, you can make fun of me, you can make fun of everybody. And you can. But if you say a bunch of nasty stuff about a moderator and then ask them to do something for you, guess what? Part of the whole, like, you can make fun of the mods thing is that most of my mods will just call you an F-slur right back and tell you to eat shit, you stupid baby. Free speech goes both ways. When you get to say whatever you want, they're not signing up to be punching bags of abuse. They get to be a boxing opponent and abuse you back. And especially if you deserve it. It's such a silly thing. Michael Rowland, dude, you shut me down and paid like a $200. Who? Okay. But yeah, you can make fun of the mods and they'll make fun of you back. I don't recommend it. It's not the best course of action if you need something. Like if you get a timeout and you say, hey, you dumb F-slur N-word, how dare you give me a timeout? Get me out. They're going to say, lol, no. Yeah, sorry. You walked into a disproportionate amount of power. So, next. The eDad bot in this server makes me really happy. I'm not an R-tard. Hi, not an R-tard. I'm an EDAD. I'm EDAD bot. 0 replies from Nick ever, by the way. Yeah. And again, all of this happened while I was asleep. I wasn't even awake. The first thing I wake up to is this person apparently waging war. So I hadn't even seen their DMs yet. And Soder will at best type 2 words for you. Both can be summarized as F you, we have your money, Lamau. Yeah, that's good. I fully approve that message. Also, Soder is a person with a job who volunteers to moderate a Discord in whatever little free time that he has, just because. So the fact that he didn't answer you with like a giant paragraph of text, sorry, not that concerned about it. Not that concerned about it. Fenrir Lycro says, just got off a 17-hour shift, so here's some money, some of my soon-to-be overtime money. Thankfully, the stream will keep me awake on my way home. God bless you, your family in the chat. Yeah, stay awake on the way home, buddy. But thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so here's where we get to those DMs and my responses to them when I finally got around to it. And you'll notice the timeline. Okay. So he says, I'm not paying $5 a month for a service a fat retard can take away from me anytime he gets mad with 0 recourse. I don't know what this actually says. I'll super chat or something. Fuck this gay shit. Okay. Again, don't. That's what I say in all of these circumstances. If you don't like the locals product, if you don't like the Patreon, if you don't like something I do, don't pay for it. Don't pay for it. Oh my God. Why would you buy something that you don't like? I don't get it. I can't zoom in. That's the frustrating part of this. But I'm going to read to it. I'm going to read it to you because I can't zoom in. Like, look, notice what happens. This thing gets bigger, but this caps out. So it's just how it works. Here we go. Reddit mods are more accountable than this. Embarrassing. These are all at, let's see, 5:41 a.m., 6:01 a.m., and then 4:12 p.m. This is when I announced, this is about the time I announced that this person was getting banned. Please refund the 4 months of local subscription I paid under false pretenses based on false advertising. I've watched your show since 2017, and now that I know you will lie to your audience to get their money, I will not be watching anymore. Dun, dun, dun. No, liar. Join the locals Discord. It's free speech. You can insult the mods as much as you want. You can. Guess what? You weren't removed. You weren't even timed out for insulting the mods. Nothing about it at all had anything to do with you insulting the mods. Lied, told to solicit business, aka false advertising. First of all, that's not how false advertising works. Second of all, wasn't a lie. You can insult the mods. People do it literally daily. I do it all the time. Refund my money, scammer. So then I come in. Look, this guy's used very coarse and crass language, and I have to come in and be the voice of reason, right? I have to come in, be the dad in the room, calm down the situation, and I know exactly how to do that. My response was, "Get fucked, you fucking liar," which I thought was good. That was that's correct. So then. He says, I have told 0 lies. You have told 1 that I know of. You are a liar who will gladly say something he knows is not true to get money. I was, you know what I was doing? Actually, since 2017, I've been building up to this. I was like, okay, how do I get $5 out of this one guy? That's what I want to do. I'm trying to get $5 out of him. What do I do? I know I'll lie and tell him he can insult the mods. And then in 3 years, he'll sign up for my Discord after hearing the lie over and over again that you can insult the mods, and then I'll get his $5. Yes! Oh, I nailed it. God, it was good. It was good. He says, to get money from people who would not give it if he didn't say it. This is a fact. Have literally any shame about this dude? Nope. None. In fact, I have so little shame that I will go ahead and post everything. I post it all because, you know, transparency or whatnot. This is what it is. If you don't like it, that's fine. Go somewhere else. No one's stopping you. But I'm not going to give you your money back. How could I win grifting champion of 2021 with giving you your money back? Not going to happen. Says, nope, you were a pile of garbage. You shit up my server and I actually defended you. You can fuck right off. So again, I've got to come in with these calming words of reason. Heels versus babyfaces drama. Heel, I sent you a message on Insta, buddy. Hit me back. Says you defended nothing. You didn't even DM me back before telling everyone I'm a liar and banning me. Nope, that's correct. I did not. And first of all, I hadn't even seen your DMs at the time. Had no idea that you had sent them because literally the first thing I woke up to was you waging war in some weird sort of, I don't know, pathetic kind of way. Like that's what I woke up and I wake up, I hang out with my family for a little bit. I make sure there's nothing I need to do around the house. If I have the opportunity to get to Discord or locals, I'll pop in for a moment. And the first time that happens is somewhere around 4 p.m. my time that day. So it's the first time I even sat down. And it's the first thing I'm confronted with is you being a fucking moron. So yeah, no, I guess I didn't DM you. I didn't respond to your very important DMs. I'm not sorry about that. Let's see. There is no audience to perform for here, Nick. Just yo and me. And we both know what reality is. So don't play retard games. You advertise your Discord using explicit statements that are objectively false. Do you see, by the way, how this person might disrupt a Discord server? This was 4:38 p.m. He responded at 4:38 p.m. Boom, 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 boom. 4:40 p.m. One line. 4:40 p.m. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder how in shit people were being disrupted on a Discord server with this. I wonder how or why this person could not effectively communicate with people. Okay. Let's say you advertise your Discord using explicit statements that are objectively false, that you know are objectively false. Refund my money. You scam artist liar. 5 months, $25. So then at 4:47 p.m. So that took 7 minutes for me to respond. I definitely will not refund the money of someone who's attempting to lie about me to cause my business harm. You got everything you paid for. Simple. No lie. The comment you were referencing was made after 3 hours of asking for a refund and being told no by scam artists. By volunteer moderators who couldn't do it. They have no power to give you a refund. How do you think, a Patreon or Discord, exclusive Discord works? Like what level of, do you think this is like a retail operation? Like you go into a mom and pop store, go into an independently owned grocery store and ask for a refund from the cashier. And they're going to, or better yet, the meat guy. Go to the meat guy and ask for a refund as he's laying beef into the cooler. And then when he says no, call him the N-word and call him a retard and see if he gives you a refund after that. Like, this is such a silly thing. How dumb are you that you think that, like, just, random moderators of a Discord have the ability to refund you money? It's crazy town. So then, let's see. Telling your customers you are a scam artist in response to that is a proportional escalation. When you say no and laugh in a person's face, they don't just take the L. Oh, you're taking the L. I don't know if you understand, but you definitely are taking the L on this one. I'm gonna go spend $25 on baby wipes or something. They try their next appeal, like that gay Jefferson quote on the tree flag. You mean the tree of liberty must from time to time be watered with the blood of tyrants? That gay Jefferson quote you're talking about is because you got allegedly scammed out of $5 on Discord. That's what happened. Thomas Jefferson's like, I paid for nudes and she sent me bra and panties. Okay, that was funny. That was good. That was good. If you don't want your customers to hate your business, don't make them hate your business. This is the amazing thing. Up to this point, you have to understand, because this person doesn't. I have done nothing in this situation. I have done literally zero things until banning this person. The first thing I came close to doing was actually saying, yeah, if people hate how you're talking on the server, they should probably just block you and get over it. There was no action taken. I didn't do anything to you. So I'm not making you hate my business. You hated it. You wanted something else and you didn't find it. That's fine. That happens from time to time. Look, if I went out of my way to appease every single person's single request, I would have one customer, whoever was the last request I appeased, and it would be so hyper specific and focused to that person. And I just can't. Which should be obvious. It's not even possible to do what you want. Here we go. So he says, you played yourself. Yeah. Try not lying next time. So I say, if you go into a Wendy's and shit on the table and then tell the Wendy's they can throw you out if they want, you don't get to be mad when they throw you out. Very sort of simple thing. Because remember, when I talked to this person the first time, again, we'll have to backtrack just a couple times to remind you. I said, I prefer if people just bully you out of the server if you're being unbearable, because I believe in social conditioning on this stuff. Social conditioning works 99% of the time. If someone sucks, a bunch of people tell them they suck, and then they stop sucking as much. It's cool. They get to the level of tolerability. Or they leave. One of those two things happens. And I said, but this person's reply to me was, if you need to get rid of me, it's your thing, you get rid of me. Okay. Apparently I needed to get rid of you because you wouldn't get rid of yourself. You're just going to sit around shitting on me and lying about what I've done and said. So, since that was your choice, I guess I needed to get rid of you. You gave me permission to do this. Now you're mad about it. But you said to do it, and you're like, "Law won't even bother me." You look very, very unbothered. Okay. I didn't shit on any table. No, you shit on every table. I bought a Wendy's burger. I asked for the product I was promised and was instead told, "Lol, fuck you. We keep getting your money, though. Either give me my burger or give me my money back." Now, this is where again, I notice he's getting mad. He's getting a little upset, and I have to come in with gentle hands. Gentle hands. I went to law school. I've done mediations and negotiations between people who want to kill themselves, between banks and customers, between people who want to kill each other, between cops and criminals. I have negotiated and mediated some very tense situations. I'm professionally trained in this. And so I came in with one of the lines that I developed as a special particular brand of my mediation negotiation strategy in law school. And this was something I worked very hard on. I said, try pulling the burger out from your vagina, you fucking baby. Which that was Sometimes you have to make some concessions and lay it on the table in a very nice and calm way when the other person's getting worked up. So he says, that response right there is why I will now tell your customers you're a scam artist. Dude, you were already telling my customers I was a scam artist. You already were. This isn't, you're not starting here. We're several hours into you doing this. You were doing it before I was even awake. It's amazing. You could just give me the refund, but instead you are a fucking retard. No, I couldn't just give you the refund. Not anymore. Sorry. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm a stubborn asshole. And if you treat me in a way where I have the opportunity to be a stubborn asshole, I will take you up on that offer. It's one of my favorite things to do, is to be a stubborn asshole. And so I don't do it most of the time. Most of the time, I'm very cordial, nice, jokey. I'll go with stuff. We have a fun time. But if you give me the opportunity, I will revert right into my better, more fun nature of being a stubborn asshole 10 times out of 10. And he says, and a baby with zero shame. I thought the grifter thing was to laugh at people who call you one. I am laughing at someone who calls me one. But clearly, it's just that you are unironically a grifter and feel no shame about it. Said everything is already posted. I don't do things in the dark. So I'd made this locals post and then had to edit in a couple more things. You threatened to harm my business. You've lied about everything involved and you got what you paid for. You're not getting a refund. I lied about nothing. Show me one lie, Lamau. I did not get what I paid for. You did. You're just ignoring the accusation, deflecting, dude. No, it's just wrong. I write 10 sentences detailing exactly how I believe you have scammed me and asking for a refund. Yes, and they were incorrect. And that's fine. And I get one sentence, lol, fuck off, retard. That's what I have done here, is I have given you a specific lesson in efficiency. That's what happened in that exchange. You wrote 10 sentences. I wrote one. My message was conveyed very effectively. Yours, after 10 sentences, wasn't. So efficiency wins the day from time to time. Brevity is the soul of wit or whatever. Same as with Soder. This is actually fucking shameful, dude. I said, sometimes if you're told to fuck off, retard, it's because that's what you're being. No one scammed you. No one promised you anything and failed to deliver. You did. You promised a free speech Discord where I can insult mods without getting banned. You weren't actually banned for insulting mods. You insulted mods and other people for days. You weren't banned at all for it. Again, it's amazing the disconnect from reality that you had in this situation. You say some variation of this every single stream. That's not true. I say it very rarely. I'm not very good at promoting the Discord or locals or Patreon or anything like that. By the way, you can join my locals for k2law.locals.com. You don't have to join the Discord, but right now it's in a pretty stable place. And some people actually really do value the Discord. It's a great place to meet and talk with people and all of that stuff, especially when you're going through some rough times. There's a bunch of people in there who will lovingly call you an asshole, as opposed to begrudging or angrily. And so I will say it. And also, you can insult the mods without getting banned. It's cool. It's cool. This is knowingly a lie. If I had known what your Discord was, I would not have paid for the service. I don't know. Discord is cancer. It's literally cancer. When you have, it's malignant. It ruins your life. It's everything. See how good I am at promoting it. It's everything bad about society in one place. Everybody hates Discord. How did you not know what it was? Let's see. So he says, you engage in false advertising. Give me my money back. The basic professionalism of refunding someone should not be contingent on you liking them. I don't even dislike you. You're just being a fucking bitch about it. That's the problem you have. Oh my God. Anyhow, this will be my last message to you. I will clip this last message and add it to the rest. Whatever you type in hereafter will be ignored. I don't tolerate people lying to harm my business. I don't respond to threats. And I certainly won't take bullshit accusations from someone who I defended after knowing they directly cost me subscribers. You had your fun. You ruined the experience of a bunch of people for the sole purpose of being a massive cunt. You shit on the table. When I brought it up, You told me to do what I want because it's my thing. I tried to let you be. You couldn't stop yourself because you have some crippling deficiency, and now I will throw you out because even though you got to stay after shitting on the table, you then tried to lie and say no one let you shit on the table. Peace, brother. I hope you find a cure for your insecurities. And there you go. There you go. That's the end of that conversation. There is there's some this is a contextual picture. When I posted this, well, maybe we'll look at the post that I made because it's got that last picture's context. So here's my post on Locals. All of these images, by the way, are publicly available. It's not a subscriber only post. You can see what I said about the situation. It's all out there. Like I said, I do this stuff transparently. It just doesn't ever happen. So it's near impossible to get banned from my Discord. I've tolerated trolling and unpalatable speech to the detriment of my own business model by costing me subscribers in the name of free speech. And this is not the first time I've done that. This is not the first time I've done that. There are several people who have left the server at a previous time because of a previous asshole. And you know, just because someone is an asshole doesn't mean I'm going to throw them out. That's just being a prick does not get you thrown out. Just expressing an opinion, even an unpopular one, just being a shithead to people doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. When this chump entered the server, there are at least 3 people who left because of this idiot's uncontrollable urge to be a pile of garbage. I took no action. I didn't ban this person. I even suggested the people complaining about it were part of the problem. And they were. They absolutely were. They were feeding into this issue. It was wasting everybody's time. But, I mean, I get it. Discord sucks for putting that blocked message bullshit in and allowing it to be, allowing someone to continue disrupting someone that has blocked them. That's the opposite of what a block should do. But hey, it is what it is. So I said, I do not censor speech. Today, this person was banned for threatening to lie about me to harm my business. I never received a direct message until 5:41 a.m. today. I never received a request for a refund until that message, which is attached. I've never even received a complaint from this person. Update. One final thing I found is in the last picture. It's a post from the user in question. You'll note the time is 9 hours ago, which is approximately 8:45 a.m. my time. I did not even see anything about this until approximately 3 p.m. my time. Anyone who thinks I'm awake prior to 9 a.m. is kidding themselves. Just in case anyone was curious when his accusation started, since he's also trying to obscure the facts about his experience. He was already impugning my business and my integrity over 6 hours before I had even had a chance to interact with him. In fact, the only time I spoke to this person was in general chat and was me saying that I didn't want to ban anyone and this person saying it was my business and I could do whatever I want. Apparently, they don't think so. All relevant communications are attached. So, there is that. There is that. That is a thing. It is a thing that happened. It's fantastic. You know, again, I don't get it. Some people just, I don't know, maybe he had a bad day or whatever. He's welcome back to the Discord if he ever wants to come back. If he's not going to be an absolute raging vagina about it, but I somehow doubt. I think maybe this interplay between us has tainted his perspective, and he probably doesn't want to be there. But you know, that's the rub. Sometimes it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. But that being said, again, no. If you go into a store, any store on the planet, and you start calling them a bunch of obscene names, and then ask them to help you, they don't help you. They don't want to. They don't need to, and they don't have to. You don't have to do it. Keck says, if you want me to come talk about the Discord drama, last chance before I head to bed. No, I think we're good. I'm gonna bring Ken Jennings in to talk his issue in just a second. We'll move the Discord drama is basically done at this point. But yeah, again, I do things transparently. I do them in the open. And I don't know. I found this whole situation. This is what I hate about Discord. You know what would be really great? If I could do it, and I can't. It's not actually allowed. And the problem is how Discord handles these things is what makes it really frustrating. But if I could, I would create a Discord server. And everything would just be the wild, wild west. That would be fantastic. No rules, nothing at all. The problem is if you do that, Discord will eventually find the wrong think and they will shut your server down. And when they do, they will delete everybody in that Discord server's Discord profiles. And it really fucks up everybody's day. It really does. So there are rules in compliance with Discord's terms of service. That should be pretty obvious to anybody. If you're on some platform, you are bound by their TOS. Weird how that works. It's not fun, but it's the way it is. Come up with something else and then use that. That'd be great. I wish it weren't so. But it happened to Short Round. His Discord got nuked, and several people who were also in my Discord got nuked with it. And like their accounts got terminated. And it was really, really a pain in the ass. It's the beautiful operant conditioning that social media platforms use. They get you into their product, they hook you in, and then they fuck with everything you get. They get you to use it, get direct messages, do all this stuff, build these networks and relationships, get into other servers, and then one of those servers gets shut down and boom, you're gone too. To punish someone else. And then all of your direct messages, gone. All of those communications, all of those relationships and networks that you built, gone. You don't even know what you lose. Same thing happens with Twitter. When Twitter took away my Twitter account, I had DMs with a bunch of interesting people. I had over 27,000 followers at the time. And that's just gone. There's no getting it back. I will never get even the records of those DMs. I will never get access to, I can't subsequently get a different Twitter account and contact the people, because some people are hard to contact back. You don't get it. You don't get that back. It's one of the very nefarious aspects of the social media canceling. And so yeah, unfortunately, there are some aspects in Discord that have to be followed in that way. I don't like it. I don't like it, but it's the way it is. And if you don't like that, it's fine. But you know what you can do? You know what you can do 100% of the time in my Discord? You can make fun of me. You can make fun of the mods. You can make fun of yourself. You can make fun of everybody. And most of the time, they'll make fun of you back. And it's fine. You can still do that. You never could not. So I'll say it again. Okay. If you don't like it, don't do it. Isn't that what I told you to do? Do not? Okay. They didn't mute you for making fun of them. They muted you for being a petulant bitch. But that's okay. You actually could have still made fun of them in at least 2 different rooms, just not in general. Those guys says, I'm confused. What did this person get pissed off about? Like, what free speech was getting limited? None was getting limited. They could literally, there were still rooms in the server where they could say anything they wanted. They just got a 1-hour timeout from the general chat. That's literally it. So, okay. I don't know what else to tell you. That's still a limit. My foul. You know what's interesting? I never said you could make fun of the mods in the general chat at your leisure. So I guess if we want to get hyper technical on that false advertising, I didn't do it. You inferred that. But the reality is you weren't banned for making fun of mods. You're banned for being a cunt at the end of the day. So have fun with that. And I wish you the best. I really do. I hope you get your Vagisil, and I hope you calm down or whatever and find some Discord community that likes having you. Go do it. All right. Here we go. Let's get the super chats, and then we'll move over. I'll invite Ken in just a second. Dreyfon says, Nick, say his lines with the Greer lips. No. Actually, I don't know where they are at the moment. I think they're hidden. Andrew War Snowboard says, Twitter announced their new terms of service will go into effect on August 19th. Care to give them a look? Not right now, but soon. Yep. You should get on Serpensa, is a super based South African that went completely candid with what's going on in South Africa. One of the first person to have a Chinese YouTube. It's a Chinese YouTube. Let's see. Eric the Red says, very common negotiation tactic. Trump wrote about the take the burger out of your pussy tactic in Art of the Deal. Well, I did borrow a little bit, but I modified it as well. And then Linda Marie says, glad to see you in Good Logic stream tonight. I found you because Emily D. Baker covered the Toddy drama. So full circle moment as Trump and Kermit. Wait, how do I do Trump and Kermit? I don't know how to do this. Please roast Kelly and her lawyer / supporters for what they did to Ken. They deserve it. Redact away. And then Eric D says, I defend the ban. Butcher, did you messages that caused this initial timeout? I don't know what that means. To me, it looked like the mods were timing out people for insulting mods, not spamming. But yes, you need a retard channel. Understand why they were so upset. I don't understand why they were so upset. But I don't understand how anyone gets upset from Discord. Except me. Because I have to do that. And this has happened several times. No matter what I say about Discord, somebody always comes to bitch to me about what's going on in it. And the last thing I want to do is wrangle people in the Discord. It is such a boring and horrifying thing. I pity the mods that do it all the time. I hate it. What a waste of everybody's energy and time. But that being said, yeah, the best thing is if you're upset at Discord, I guess just turn it off for a little bit. Walk away. Or, write 15 messages a second and post them all over the place as much as possible to spam everybody's day. And the best part, because I've dealt with people like this before. You guys have too. They're all over Twitter. They're the person that will never stop having a conversation. And so what the game is with this type of person is to get you wrapped up into responding to them. I don't know if it's because like their parents told them no granola bars or something, and this is where they take control of their life. Maybe I've taken too many like foster parenting classes or whatever, but they need to have some control somewhere. So they do it by overly engaging a subject, and they will always have response. If you stop responding, they'll keep responding for a while until they get the message that you don't do it. And it drives them crazy when you stop responding. It really pisses them off because it takes away that one thing that they really, really want and that they crave, and that is to control the engagement of someone else. So yeah, my recommendation to people when they encounter someone like that, just stop responding. There you go. They can scream into the void all day. But yeah, that's how. That's the Discord drama. Let me see. Okay. What is this? We might have to wait just a minute on Ken. So I've asked him to notify me when he's ready. So in the meanwhile, okay, here we go. Twitter. Let's pull up my fight with Nate the lawyer. Let's see. Where were we? Oh gosh, I'm so close to passing up Mars Girl again on Twitter. That's so funny. Oh, this is a thing. Again, going back to that whole grifting thing. This is unrelated to Nate the lawyer, but it's probably much more important. Much more important. Here we go. Any ETA on Kent? No, he said he needed a couple more minutes. So, you know, I don't know. Here we go. Where are we? This one. Look at this. Speaking of grifting, my grift just got stronger. YouTube, after beta testing the system for like a year now, has rolled out the super thanks. The super thanks system, which is a super chat on a video that is already done. But it puts a comment in the comment section with the super chat. Oh yeah, I got to do the Streamlabs chat. Yes, I'll get that. Whoops. But yeah, so finally, it's a thing where apparently if you liked a video, you can drop money on it. So I don't know. I have a strong doubt that I'll ever get any of these other than a couple jokes maybe. But yeah, so that exists now. It's been out forever. You know how mad I was that I wasn't in on the grift? Like when I found out that was in beta, I'm like, why am I not in this beta? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Do you know about this? You know who I am? I'm the guy who should be in this fucking beta. And they didn't put me in. They wouldn't. So I have no idea how they work. I think I did get one, a $2 one today from the T-Man, but I don't know where they show up. I don't know anything about it. So I just know that they're enabled. That's it. So cool. Maybe it works. I don't know. Okay, let me find this Nate the lawyer drama. Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, this is fun. I'm going to do a short video on this on my media channel, I think maybe tomorrow if I can get around to it. Have you seen this? Dungeons & Dragons' new Strixhaven campaign has mechanics for what a hot mess college life can be. Oh, good. I can't wait. Man, do I want to put that into my D&D campaign. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Where are we? Almost there. All right. We'll go through this Twitter thread and then maybe Ken will be all set to go. Oh wait, we got Streamlabs too. Damn it. Managing this has become... I went from being decent at it to being worse somehow. We've got a couple here. All right, so Audi driver says, I call bullshit. There's no way this guy has been watching you since 2017. Otherwise, he knows you suck at advertising your stuff. Look, I don't know. I'm taking the guy on his word on that. It doesn't seem like someone who would have started up during the Dick Show days. But maybe they are. Felipe Mouve says, that guy shouldn't be telling your viewers you're a scam artist, Nick. We already know. Here are the $25 he is crying about. I also subscribe to your Patreon. Not that I'm paying you that amazing amount of money. I expect nightly calls. Or now that I'm paying that amazing amount of money, I expect nightly calls from you till I fall asleep. Well, Felipe, I was giving you those calls for free. I don't know why you decided to pay for it. Maybe they were really good. And then Pepe says, he's a Janny on a grifter's Discord server. He does it for free. This is what he does all day. Nailed it. That's, yes. You know, when you're right, you're right. Ryan 1096 says, hey, Nick, a friend is getting married and I wanted to get him a bottle of whiskey. Looking for some recommendations. My budget is mid to high tier. I got some money, but I don't want to break the bank. Thanks. Well, mid to mid-high tier is completely nebulous and very, very relative. So I have no idea what that means. Let me give you a couple suggestions. Under $100, Bowmore 15 Darkest is a great scotch. Love it. Fantastic. Really good. If you don't want a scotch, go with a Whistle Pig 10 or 12 year. Very, very good scotches, right around that $100 range. An alternative, Angel's Envy Finished Rye. The Caribbean Cask Finished Rye is a fantastic rye whiskey from Angel's Envy. It's about $100. Very, very good. If you got a little bit of money to burn, I strongly recommend, especially for a wedding, a Dalmore cigar malt. You're going to be coming up to about $200 for the bottle there, and it's worth every penny. Great stuff on that one. And if you want to go higher, I mean that's getting up there. But you know, pretty much any whiskey that's about $500, you're probably gonna like it. I'm gonna guess. But yeah, don't get that wine whiskey. No. The another one that's really good is it's a Glenlivet Nadura. There's the Oloroso, and then there's the peated one, and I can't remember what the peated one is called. It's great. Both of those are really good as well. So hopefully you didn't enjoy the cigar malt. Wow. The 18-year Highland Park, Nathan Danner suggests that's a very good whiskey as well. What's the worst whiskey you've ever had that costs more than $300? I haven't had a bad whiskey that costs more than $300. The worst one, I guess, would be the Whistle Pig that got dropped and broke and shattered on the ground. Like Drexel said, that's like dropping a PS5. Yeah, that was sad. Okay. Here we go. That vodka looks suspiciously like water. This is Propel. Watermelon Propel. Yeah. Okay. So, hey, Twitter lawyer sphere, can anyone tell me if Psaki's latest statements give credence to President Trump's lawsuit alleging, among other things, that defendants are functioning as state actors? So, let's hear her statements. Oh, wait. I got to unmute you. God damn it. I have it on the wrong audio output. Da, 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 da. Boom. Here we go.
providing for Facebook or other platforms to measure and publicly share the impact of misinformation on their platform and the audience it's reaching. Also with the public, with all of you, to create robust enforcement strategies that bridge their properties and provide transparency about rules. You shouldn't be banned from one platform and not others if you for providing misinformation out there.
So pretty explicit. Pretty explicit. You shouldn't be banned from one platform and not others. Oh, okay. So the White House wants, and she talked about bridging those properties, right? They want you to be removed for misinformation. Not removed from one, removed from all. What they're really mad about, and they've been focusing on this, and by the way, if you're one of these 12 people, there are allegedly 12 people spreading the quote-unquote overwhelming majority of misinformation on Facebook. They have used that number 12 in basically every press conference. It's not like they're like, yeah, but there's like 12 people, right? They are explicit. There are 12 people doing it. There are 12 people. That's what they've got their focuses on. Those people need to be real careful because they might get the Scalia treatment from this government. If big tech won't censor them, they might just wake up dead. They'll be put on a hunting trip with Dick Cheney, and then, that'll be it. But that's their talking point. But they're mad because those people, I believe, are probably banned from Twitter. That's why they're a talking point. They're not on Twitter. They're probably not on YouTube if they're talking about COVID stuff. So therefore, they're left to Facebook. They're relegated there, and Facebook isn't removing them because as garbage as Facebook is, they're the ones who have been probably the most progressive in the right direction, I don't know, in walking back the restrictions on discussions of COVID. Once that Wuhan lab stuff came out, Zuckerberg's like, whoa, wait a minute. And he's like in on it. The Android kicked in and was like, they must have said his safe word. I don't know. How do you wake up dead? Let's say you're alive when you go to sleep. You're dead when you wake up. But yeah, so it's Facebook has been the one that has been the least, they specifically rolled back their quote unquote misinformation policy surrounding the Wuhan lab theory and all of that stuff. And I think Zuckerberg was even made some public statement about it as well. So it's, this is why they're being targeted. They're being targeted. Those 12 people are being targeted. And honestly, those 12 people, be really careful. If you get a call from Hillary Hinton, don't answer. Don't answer. Just get into your safe room. Okay. So, but the question though is, does this give credence to President Trump's lawsuit alleging that the defendants are functioning as state actors? No. Breeze and Nalin, you got to watch, I think it's Scary Movie 4 to get the Wake Up Dead joke. But, okay. So yeah, no, they're not. Look at who this person left out. Who is this racist? Left me out. Rude. Scary Movie 3. Sorry. Scary Movie 3. Tags Ron Coleman, Harmeet Dillon, Nate the Lawyer, Shipwrecked Crew. Who's this guy? 22 years as a federal prosecutor, 8 as a defense attorney. Okay. And then Barnes Law and Viva Fry. Nate says no. Because it doesn't apply to the timeline in that particular lawsuit or in general. Well, because they're probably not state actors. And again, I think they are state actors, right? Like, I think Facebook and YouTube and Twitter in some way are conceptually state actors. But for the purposes of a lawsuit, for the legal implications, they are not state actors. You cannot apply the state actor doctrine to them. They retain too much autonomy over what they do. Plus, the area that they're involving themselves in has not been traditionally exclusively performed by the United States government. A state actor looks a lot more like a state actor when a particular person is deputized, is hired, or contracted with and deputized to bring in a fugitive, so a bounty hunter, right? And they're given arrest power and maybe some authority to use force on behalf of the government. They are asked to go do something that is typically within the government's purview, which is to effect the arrest of someone else. That's almost an exclusive system of government. A state actor could be a private company that is hired to deliver mail. If there were some shortage, like let's say a post office had some plague happen, right? And so then a plague in the Chicago postal system, plague kills the post office. All right. So the U.S. government contacts DHL and they say, we need you guys to take over all USPS deliveries for a temporary amount of time until we can get restaffed. The only people who are able to do the postal service is the U.S. government's created post office. Like that's it. USPS is the only place that can operate as a post office. Everybody else, they can be a courier, they can do deliveries, but they can't do them using the postal system. They can't do them using, the mailbox system and all that stuff without licensing it from the post office. So it's very hard to be a state actor. If you hire someone to mint money, like you hire a particular artist to create and mint some legal currency, there you go. That person's a state actor for the purposes of creating that money. Facebook, Twitter, they're just not going to fall under those things because of the lack of autonomy, the lack of, or the existence of autonomy, the lack of direct power and control over the actions by the government, and because they're operating in a space that is not traditionally exclusive to the government. The government's not supposed to be in the business of censoring people, and social media has been in the business of censoring people for a very long time. So have publishers, so have other arbiters of communication. They facilitate that stuff. The government is not in the business of interpersonal communications on social media or anywhere else. That's just not how they operate. Those are done by private companies. Phone companies are kind of the likeness for what a social media company is now, even though they're very different. Phone, broadcast, stuff like that. So that being said, while conceptually they're not going to fall into it under a legal definition. Door-to-door COVID checkers are state actors? Very possibly. Very possibly. Good Logic says, if the government makes universal banning of X their directive, how are the parties who carry it out not a state actor like a deputized bounty hunter? Well, for one, they're not carrying it out. They still maintain autonomy over their actions. They haven't done it. They may have done it on some small scales, but they're not doing it universally or blanketedly. So, and I don't think that they necessarily did it with Trump. Maybe there's some evidence out there that they did, but right now I think the state actor claim is weak. That being said, I don't think there's not a claim here. I don't think there's not a cause of action. This is what Ron Coleman and I were talking about last night. There's something wrong with what's going on. I just don't think the state actor doctrine is the way that they're going to find success. That's me. Happy to have some lawyer come in and prove me wrong. Please do it. Come up with the novel argument, argue it, win the case, and make this world better. That would be great. Based on what I've read, I don't think so. Next. So I say, my answer, state actor doctrine is extremely narrow, maybe shouldn't be as narrow. Basically, the government has to direct an agent to act in an area where the government has authority. That makes this, while troubling, probably not exclusively government. Shorter answer, government corporate collusion on this should bother everyone, but it probably doesn't further the state actor doctrine due to how the doctrine is applied. So then Nate comes back. Says, I think this is so overblown it borders on lunacy. Well, that's fine. Nate and I are going to disagree on that in general. I don't think this is overblown at all. I think this is pretty serious. The fact that the government has a list of 12 people who they are monitoring on Facebook, they're monitoring their communications on the Facebook platform because of wrong speech, not terrorist speech, but just quote unquote misinformation. The fact that they're doing that cannot be overstated, because if the government, let's do this. If the government had an agent standing at the end of your driveway to listen for everything you said while you were outside, and every time you went outside at your house, outside of your house, and you were talking or singing or taking a leak outside, whatever you're doing, government agent was recording it. That's a fucking problem. That'll be a problem forever. That is a problem. Now, does the government have the right to stand off of your property and observe the activity that happens outside? Technically, yeah. They have a right to do that. In fact, they have a right to walk up to your front door. They can do that too. But if the government does that every day, all the time, that's, whether they have the right to or not, that's starting to look like harassment. It's starting to look like intimidation, starting to look like tyranny. So it's a problem. So I don't think it's overblown. If the government was specifically monitoring every single thing Nate the lawyer tweeted, he should have a problem with that, in my opinion. Working with private companies is something the government does every day. Vaccines, pipelines, etc. Kind of. They contract with those companies. You know, they bought vaccines from Johnson & Johnson. They bought vaccines from Merck or whoever. Not Merck, the other ones. Doesn't matter. They when they want a pipeline done, they have to work with private companies to build pipelines because they need to grant easements to allow the access. Sometimes that's just how that goes. They also have to give all of the permits to make them, which they can also withhold. I mean, that's within kind of infrastructure in general is within the government's traditional operations. So I don't know about that. But yeah, they do work with private companies, but they tend to not direct them on how to conduct business based on policing speech. And vaccines and pipelines have nothing to do with someone's free expression or free speech. So again, we're talking about different things here. This is a big nothing burger. I flagged the post. I'm now colluding with Facebook. Give me a break. And this is one of the places where I think, I disagreed with Nate a lot on this, is that flagging a post on Facebook from Nick Rekieta is different than, say, as we discussed with Ron Coleman, the state of California's Office of Election Integrity writing a letter to Twitter's customer support and saying this person is violating a California statute on election integrity. Those are two different things. So that is something very, very important that I think Nate is leaving out at this early juncture. And again, as a reminder, Nate and I have talked. We're all good. This is fine. This is just a conversation. But I thought it was an interesting back and forth. And that's why I have it as my fight with Nate. It was a good discussion. So, he says, if you think it's censorship and collusion, then you don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Anyone can flag a post on Facebook. If she said the government removed posts on Facebook, then we have a different story. I don't buy into the silly political talking points. So the government, who has coercive regulatory power, pushing policies with a chilling effect on the First Amendment is a lot different than you flagging a tweet. And that's true. And what I'm talking about there, and Twitter is not the best medium for communication, so I'll try and expand on some of these concepts. But the government can regulate Twitter and Facebook. They're holding that 230 sort of Damocles over their head. The CEOs of Facebook and Twitter have been hauled into Congress, I believe, 2 to 3 times in the past 12 months to testify about misinformation, online abuse and other things going on in their platform. They're in federal lawsuits right now over it. So the government has in my opinion, a unsung threat of regulatory policy that is, or unspoken, that is looming over these companies. They're sitting there going, at any time we could drop this hammer. Catch you later, Evil Bunny. Sorry. At any point they could regulate them in a heartbeat, and then they could, in theory, they could try and shut them down. And then it'd be a huge fight to see if they could even stay open. So when the government, who has not only the power, but the looming threat to regulate, when they start flagging something, that's a lot different than just one of us doing it. As the government makes regulations which you must follow and recommendations which you may follow, this saying all recommendations by government are coercive regulatory power is a stretch. That's not what I'm saying. This is, again, why I don't like Twitter. How do you know Facebook even removes all the posts flagged by government? We don't know. But why is the government flagging any posts on Facebook? This is at the core of this discussion. Why is the government flagging a post on Facebook? Remember, we have a First Amendment. Why ever is a government involved in a statement on a social media platform being kept on the platform or off? It should never be the thing. The only thing where the government should be involved is this material is illegal under this order of the court, therefore it needs to be removed, period. That's it. That's it. There is no role for the government to flag something as misleading or misinformation or false or anything. Why would the government be doing that? So that's one of the core disagreements we had here. So the talking points are great politically, but legally and factually, government flagging a post is different from the government removing a post. That's true. They are different things, but I think that the government shouldn't be flagging either. They're different, but they're both wrong. I said 230. So I say, nah. 230 reform and big tech regulation are present topics, with all CEOs being in front of Congress multiple times in the past year. These recommendations are backed by an implicit threat to regulate. In any other context, we would acknowledge the coercive nature of government. It says, lol, I thought this was a joke. Threat to regulate. Lobbyists are paid for this. No, again, there's a difference. There's a difference between the ability to regulate and a threat to regulate. If trying to think of an analogy. Well, I mean, they try to do it to gun companies, right? I guess that's a good analogy for it. They try get less people to die from gun deaths, so we're going to regulate your guns. Well, what the hell are they supposed to do? Like, what they're going to regulate the ammo, right? They're going to shut gun companies down because they're not taking responsibility for someone else using their gun to kill. That's a threat, and those threats are fought by places like the Second Amendment Foundation, the NRA, attorneys general of the states. They go after those types of threats. We both know if you go into court with this threat to regulate argument, you'll be laughed out of any competent court. I don't know that at all, actually. I definitely do not know that. I know that the threat to regulate argument is a real thing. It exists. There's a coercive power of government. That coercive power is recognized in a bunch of case law, and it's a true thing. Has it ever been applied to social media? Well, no. Social media hadn't been around that long. It will get a lot of Twitter likes, though, but legally it's nonsense. So there's little jurisprudence on chilling effects on First Amendment speech based on threats of regulation. So there's literal. Lamont versus Postmaster General. Chilling effects are real and employed by courts with frequency. Being skeptical is fine, but pretending there are no judicial avenues is. I meant to say isn't, but it says, I looked up Lamont. It's not anything close. We're not talking about applying a law in the books. You're claiming that the ability to change regulation is coercion. This does not support your point at all. So this is the Postmaster General, Lamont versus Postmaster General. The Postmaster General imposed a rule where anyone receiving a socialist communication, a communication about socialism, a book, whatever, a pamphlet through the mail, had to come into the post office and sign for it in person. The government tried to do that. So you could still receive it. You could receive it, but you had to come in and sign for the communication in person. All right? And so then the court said, no, that is an abridging of their First Amendment right to receive. They have a right to receive wrongthink. You have a right to hear information that the government doesn't want you to hear, right? They can't force you to come in and put your name on a list so that you can hear something that the government doesn't want. Are you noticing the similarities here, right? Like there's a legit thing that they say back in the 50s, and they're right about this. Socialism is a cancer or whatever, and so we want to curb it. It's not good for society, and I agree with all that except for the curbing part through government. The government shouldn't have been involved in that. And so because we want to curb it, we're going to make sure anybody who wants to engage in this wrong thing goes on the list. And they have to not only go on the list, they have to come put their name on the list themselves, right? That's the real mindfuck that they did. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's straight out of 1984. I mean, we could put you on the list, but you need to come acknowledge that you belong on the list. Government says, or the courts say, that's too far. That's not really how we want to do this. That's not it. People have a right to receive information, even if the government doesn't like it. So now, fast forward to today, and we get to thank the socialists for paving the way, I guess. Kind of like we get to thank Jehovah's Witnesses all the time. The commies, they did one thing right, and that was won some litigation several decades ago. But we've got the government having a disapproved section of communication, which is anything that goes against their narrative on COVID is disapproved. And them saying that the post on Facebook that the government doesn't approve of, you don't have a right to receive it. You don't get to hear that at all because the government doesn't approve the message. So we're going to flag that and prevent people from receiving it. It's not the same, right? It's not a direct analog. You've got the Postal Service, which is created by Congress and is under the control in part of the federal government, versus Facebook, which is not created by Congress, which is not under the direct control of the federal government. But you have similar themes here, and those themes can certainly be brought into court and expanded upon. So this does not support your point at all. I don't think Nate was thinking on the same wavelength that I was here, but I think it does. If you're going to cite another case, please let it be on point, i.e. the government lawmakers' threats to pass or change laws coercion that forces private companies to comply, deems them state actors for the purposes of First Amendment protections. But I never said they were state actors. So this is a miscommunication that we had from the start. That you're misrepresenting what Lamont stands for in regards to chilling effects on unpalatable government speech. I'm not sure why you're pretending that the government creating a rule to track willing recipients of communist propaganda isn't similar to government rules on misinfo. The mail rules in Lamont had no sanction, no legal penalty, no express prohibition, and yet the court still says no. And that's the important part of Lamont. If you were getting socialist materials, you didn't go to jail, you didn't pay a fine, you didn't do it, you just came in, you just put your name on a list. No problem. Oh, we're not going to stop you from getting it. You just have to come sign for it. Just on this stuff. Come sign for it, commie. But if you didn't come sign for it, if people just sent you a bunch of stuff, they didn't punish you, there's no jail time, nothing at all. It's just that you have to go tell the government what you're doing, right? That was the whole concept. And so, the court says, no, that's a chilling effect. You have a right to receive wrongthink publication. So again, you seem to be trying to be hipster cool here and taking a condescending approach. Not sure why. He says, not trying to be condescending, just disagreeing with a legal point where I could be wrong. Trust your opinion, think you may have a valid point. I was just pushing back on the issues that I don't understand. The law doesn't support your point. I wanted to see if it did. And so then, I come back with, shockingly, there isn't a case. The hipster cool thing came out of a different, there's branching threads. I'm not going to find them because Twitter is cancerous and it's impossible to follow a conversation. There's a couple branching threads where him saying it's going to be great for Twitter likes or whatever. I said it kind of sounds like the hipster who's too cool for Twitter likes. Like, look, I'm not, into this Twitter like thing, but the real answer is this. I know it's unpopular. That's what I was talking about there. And that was kind of the vibe I was getting from him. So there's a little bit of explanation there. And so I said, shockingly, there isn't a case directly on the chilling effect of government attempting to wrangle all social media platforms to ban its detractors for misinformation. That doesn't mean that the right to receive publications in chilling effect cases wouldn't be informative. Because again, social media hasn't been around that long. And so it's hard to find a case directly on point in a field of communication that has never existed. It has never existed. Until the past, 15 to 20 years. And I would say it's never existed the way it does today until the past 5 years. But yeah, he says, any private company then, shockingly, there's no case of a private company coerced by government threats of regulation. I don't think he's correct on this, but it's hard to find. It's really hard to search for this through like Westlaw for this specific thing. He says the main reason why the case doesn't apply is that the post office is a state actor while Facebook is not. This means it doesn't apply. You don't have a right to Facebook. It doesn't mean it doesn't apply. It means it might not apply, but it might need to be expanded. And not having a right to Facebook, you might actually have a right to Facebook. That's what some of these lawsuits are out to establish. But again, state actor is not the question I'm talking about. And then he corrected, shockingly, there's no case with a private company coerced by government threats of regulation found to be a state actor. But see, that's not what I was saying. I said, I don't think they will be found to be a state actor. Haven't made that claim. I don't think Facebook becomes a state actor on the issue. I think the issue is on the government officials utilizing the power and scope of government to suppress the rights of citizens. Big distinction. Using Facebook's and Twitter's flagging mechanism to do this doesn't require Twitter or Facebook to even act. It's the government's act of investigating and flagging that provides the chilling effect. And this is where he says, you're correct. I was wrong. The flag itself may be a chilling effect. I can see that. It was a miscommunication. We were arguing past each other on separate points here, right? This is why, again, Twitter is such a bad medium for this because you're limited in characters. The threads get hard to follow. But at the end of the day, this is ultimately the point. The government going to Twitter and Facebook in the first place is wrong. In the first place, this is the wrong thing. The government doesn't belong in the business of even policing speech through private means. It's not their role. The government should never care what you say unless, I guess, it's a direct threat to someone else or you're engaged in distributing like child pornography or something like that. That's different. But the government shouldn't have anything to do with what you say about their vaccine, ever. And that is the problem. That is the problem. So I said, I hate doing this on Twitter, by the way, so cumbersome. I also hate you now. Get in line. Get in line. That is, there are plenty of people who are on that wagon already. Um, okay, let me let's get Ken on now. Let's see. I'll just bring in his audio. Let me get him pulled up here. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Where are we? Where are we? There. Okay. I'm calling Ken on Discord right now. He probably doesn't even know I'm calling him on Discord, but I am. Whoops. Oh, hey, you there, Ken? Oh, son of a bitch. God, I hate Discord. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. Give me a second. Let me switch your audio over and get my head. Okay, you there, man?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Mr. Ken Jennings, welcome back to the show.
It's good to hear you. I haven't talked to you in quite a while on stream.
I know. It's been forever. I don't blame me for that because I don't take responsibility for anything.
Yeah, I know. That's normal.
But hey, man, I'm sorry to bring you on under such shit circumstances.
Hey, I thought this was a fun stream. Are you telling me that there's bad news?
It depends on your perspective.
I guess it depends on how my days went.
Yeah, how is your day going?
I think you can describe it with a single word, Karen.
So you've got a Karen.
It's been trying to process everything. I think it's been the hardest part.
Yeah. So can you I'm gonna raise your.
I can bump up my mic volume a bit. I just normally keep it a little low in general because of how I have my system set up.
Yeah, if you can bring it up just a little bit, that'd be good.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
I can bring it up a bit more too.
Right there, it sounds good to me.
Okay. So I just try to, because I have it coming in, the line's a bit hot into my interface. Yeah. And I don't have it reduced down. I don't have the right type of interface because I'm cheap. So.
Yeah, no, I think now's good. So, okay. So I guess let's run down. You found yourself a Karen.
I found myself I don't know if they're a school or a flock or a gaggle.
A nest?
I don't know the
nest of Karens?
I think they're more empty nest than anything at this point.
Yeah.
And barren uteri.
A haunted, let's see, a gathering of haunted wombs? A haunt of Karens? I don't know.
The legs part and the dust spreads from everywhere from the crevices.
I never want to hear that again.
You're welcome.
Thank you. A murder of Karens.
Yes.
People are saying in the chat. A group of Karens is called an unkindness. That's ravens. That's ravens. A coven of Karens. A manager of Karens.
What?
Well,
didn't think Karens had managers, but
so yeah, that's why they're always looking for them. All right, man. So let's go back to the beginning though. So you found a Karen, but how did you find a Karen? It's in regards to this Sophie Long case.
Yes.
And
so apparently,
yeah,
I did something that was to some people not okay because in short, apparently they were meant to dictate my stream and what I'm supposed to talk about, and that the fact that I'm talking about documents that are already publicly available that I obtained legally. That's not okay, and that I should have focused all of my stream on solely sharing the missing poster for Sophie, and not talk about any of the old documents, and that I'm a puppet from Michael and all this other it was a mess.
So you know
It
what's
was 2 days of this
amazing?
shit.
You know what's amazing about this? And I'm jumping ahead, but I want to make this point while I'm thinking about it.
Oh, it's fine.
Kelly Long has been sharing snippets of documents from the case. Like, she has shared them on Facebook.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah. You see, there's this
That's interesting.
it's just what she approves of sharing, right? Because
Mhm.
ultimately, you know, some of this stuff, you can't seal every document from a case. Can't do it. And so there's some stuff out there. But let's rewind a little bit and talk about what the Sophie Long case is. Who Sophie is, why this is a thing, because it's been this has been going on for what, a year and a half now.
So what happened is because I actually was starting to put together a timeline with a timeline program I have that to help keep track of all the documents and everything. So basically, they transferred the case from out of county into Collin County in June. I think it was June of. I think I still have that PDF open. It was June or early July of 2020, and then about 2 weeks after that transfer happened, uh, the father filed a petition for a temporary restraining order and modification of orders, or for or ordering or getting temporary orders to change how their visitation and custody setup was. And they, what was the best way to phrase it? Uh, so,
Oh, I misspoke. It wasn't Kelly Long. It was Courtney Chalmers, who
oh,
shared
Courtney,
some information. Although I feel like I saw that Kelly shared something as well. But
I wouldn't be surprised either way.
I'll try and find it. But anyway, keep going. Sorry.
So the dad filed a thing in the court to kind of modify the orders. As part of that filing, there was an affidavit by Courtney Chalmers, who at the time was the wife of Michael. I believe they're currently getting divorced due to some more recent infidelity on his part. But at the time they were married, and his wife had, made an affidavit saying that his daughter was making statements and had been having issues with her genital area, and that she'd been having pain, and that they had to take her to the doctors. And there was a lot of suspicion of abuse. There was the video that ended up going viral that caused a lot of the news media to circle in.
Right. So
That I know
the
I've watched, you've
video
watched.
the video, to remind the chat, was a video of this young girl, Sophie Long, saying she did not want to go to her mother's house for her visitation in the wake of this separation between their parents. She did not want to go to her mother's house, and she's crying about being inappropriately touched by the mother's boyfriend. So that video is the one that went viral, and a bunch of people went up in arms. There was a GoFundMe created for Michael to fight for the quote unquote safety of his daughter. And at first, it really looked like there was some nasty stuff going on from the mom's side. However, that is not 100% known, and actually some recent actions by Michael, including him allegedly taking Sophie and running, has kind of cast a little bit of doubt into there, because you typically, if you were the good actor, you wouldn't want to defy the court and run off with the child. However, I guess the counter argument to that would be, if you believe that the court is acting unjustly and that your child would be put in danger directly, that you might not want to leave your child to the mercy of the court at that point in time. So, all of that to say, family court cases are really, really nasty. I hate them. You never know who's telling the truth, and oftentimes both parties are misrepresenting things.
That's probably a good way to put it. And as I was telling people in my videos, when I was doing my streams, is at this point, I don't give a fuck about either parent. I care about Sophie and the horror she has to go through. And
Exactly.
that's the problem. Is whatever happens with the parents, I don't care. They can dick with their own things, and the fact that they're putting their child through this is horrible. I don't pick a side at this point. And even when I was and there are people that and let me just put this out there, is there's been a lot of people today that have been extremely supportive, and I've had people offering to give character statements and all this other shit, and offering to call and help out, and it has been overwhelming just on that, not even the rest of it. The positive side was almost more overwhelming than the negative, and that sounds weird, but it it was just crazy that you can ask these people who were there, who were participating, helping mod chat. I was doing everything I could to be even-handed, to
Yeah.
try and, I was trying to get through an even number of documents from both parties. I couldn't because they were so focused on derailing the stream. They were trying to force themselves on stream,
Yeah.
and it was a clusterfuck.
And to give context as to why you're talking about this, and you mentioned that your concern is the child at this point. You are a therapist. I mean, by trade, by profession, that's what you do. And so you are giving your opinion about how this type of stuff impacts this child from a mental health standpoint. Is that accurate? Is that fair to say?
Yes, and, well, apparently, my boss today thinks that anytime because of the professional ethics, one of them being do no harm, that even though they're not a client of mine, I've never known them, me talking about them and them getting upset about it is doing harm. So I'm technically violating my ethics is one of the things that was stated today.
So which is
And
which
that
is
makes no fucking
ludicrous.
yeah, it makes no sense to me.
Yeah, because under that standard, saying anything puts you at the like about literally any subject puts you at the
Yes.
mercy of someone else just disagreeing with you, saying, "Well, that disagreed with me and put me in distress. Therefore, he has caused me harm. Therefore, he needs to be removed. That is a violation of
Uh,
his ethics," which
uh,
is
I was
ludicrous.
also I was also in the, complaint, it was alleged that I was holding myself out to be an expert. I never do that because 'cause I'm not an expert on this. I'm pretty fresh in this, but I'm still, between my life experience and the other shit I've done, I have a decent, kind of kind of view on it, and I'm pretty good at this stuff.
Well,
It's just a general thing, and
and
not like a specific thing.
even if you weren't, even if you didn't have that experience, everybody has a right to voice an opinion. There is
Apparently
no
not if I'm holding myself out as a professional is what I'm being told by my boss.
well,
Is that right there is the crux, but I made sure I followed the professional ethics, but, uh, I wasn't even allowed to present any information to I couldn't show any clips from the video, I couldn't, reach out and have an attorney speak for me and give any clarification on anything. It was horrible. Everything was taken off of one email and people's bitching phone calls. I
which
had
is
n
that's insane. Like that
I
is
was
insanity. That is the cancer that is cancel culture in action. The fact that you are not allowed to speak for yourself when you're the one with the relationship to the employer, right? Like
Yep.
you are the one who goes there every day. They take someone that they've never heard of, an anonymous person from a different state, uh,
Mm,
if I'm not mistaken.
yep,
Um,
from Texas, I think.
yeah, because wasn't it?
Well, their name and phone number were on the complaint because they left information so they could get a call back. And
Yeah,
my boss had said when because I don't have a copy of the complaint. I'm gonna
right,
reach out and try and get one because I think I should be able to get one. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to get one. But I'm gonna try and get that and a copy of my employment contract for other reasons.
right,
But on it was the name of the person and their phone number, and then she hands me the paperwork to read so I can read it myself. She makes a statement along the lines of, "If I go after this person or if I try to target this person, that basically that lawyers or the police or something will be involved," kinda was
no,
the implication.
I think what the person's from New York, not Texas, right?
This friend, the friend I don't remember 'cause they're the person that they called me first before they called my boss in their effort to dox me. I'm
Yeah,
assuming they wanted to hear my voice to confirm it was me, which makes sense, but whatever.
yeah,
Um,
it's amazing. The phone number not by you, has been posted, and the person's information.
That's what I've heard. Say, but that's
that
not
is
something I have any touch or relationship with.
no, that's been posted. See, there's this amazing website where people are happy to give publicity to people who ask for it.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
that's interesting.
and so that has already occurred. I wish the person the best of luck.
I'm assuming I'm assuming that they're gonna tie that to me somehow and say that I sent these people after them or something.
Which is silly,
Uh,
of course.
oh, I would honestly would not be surprised if those people call my boss back and say, "Oh, he's sending a bunch of people after me," and that they're harassing me.
Yeah,
So
unfortunately, that's not the case. And everything I've seen from you is that you have no interest in going after these people. That's not the way to do things. So, not that it
even
matters, I guess, what people who would support you have to say, though, right? Because
I'm say one
you,
more time. I couldn't quite hear you.
I just said not that it matters that what people who support you would have to say. You're not allowed
Yeah.
to voice your opinion.
Well, no, and it's just I felt in that such because it took I was trying not and I ended up 1 second. Um,
I was going to ask, are you there? You cut off. You said I ended up and then just stopped.
sorry, my wife was sending me trying to call me.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to respond to her. Say, okay. She asked if I changed the AC filter because our AC's been acting up. The priorities, man, priorities.
Yes.
Wife's not feeling it. I got to keep her happy. So
No, I get you. So yeah, so the gist of this, guys, is that basically Ken was talking about a subject. With which he has some professional experience and personal knowledge of the general subject, giving his opinion on YouTube. So, a group of Karens did not like that opinion. They contacted his employer, and we'll get to maybe some questions about how they might have found his employer. Because I don't know who his former employer was. I don't know who it was. They contacted the employer and the employer has now removed him from his job. He was not allowed to present any information to defend himself. They simply said it was a violation of his ethical responsibilities, which is absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And so now he has been effectively canceled for stating his opinion. So
yep.
that is absolute trash. That's going
I agree.
on. So should we talk about how they may have been able to contact your employer? I think
yes.
that's an interesting story. They want to contact the bar about me now? Oh, I haven't even started.
I'm waiting, and this is the thing, is this is what I'm afraid of most, and I don't know if I should say that out loud or not, is the thing I'm afraid of most is, we've already got some Karens, paying attention. They've already said they wonder how the Minnesota bar would feel about Nick.
Why don't you ask them? See how well that goes for you.
I think that you've got a pretty bad record as regards to that. You've had so many complaints go south and
yeah, every complaint I've been disbarred. It's amazing.
Yep.
We'll see. It's so here's the unfortunate thing. Everybody should have the relative luxury that I have. What I have comes from being independent of an employment relationship. I work for myself in both capacities. As an attorney, I work for myself. As a YouTuber, I work for myself. I mean, obviously, there's some interaction with YouTube and stuff like that. That's true. But as long as I'm within their guidelines, I'm about as safe as can be. Now, that doesn't ever mean you're perfectly safe. But as far as the Minnesota bar is concerned, sure, I have ethical obligations. You know what's interesting about a case that I'm not involved in Texas? Those ethical obligations get real thin really fast. And so, the difference between our two situations is if they come after me, I can tell them to eat a bunch of shit and ruin their fucking day. You unfortunately were not able to do that because they went straight to your employer.
Say, yeah, and I don't understand that, and I don't feel like I was being unfair. And I told them, I agree. I was being very respectful. I was saying, for the most part, outside of basically saying I'm not picking a fucking side. I was saying, I get that you don't like that I'm doing this. That's fine. You can yell and bitch at me all day. I said that. I was like, you guys can be upset with me all day. That's fine. I'm happy to have a discourse with you, but I feel like there's a benefit to doing this, and it didn't matter. They went straight, and one of the worst things they could have done was, and this is part of the phone call that I got from my boss, was, the first phone call from my boss, was basically they had basically characterized, because I was reading the, affidavit from, Courtney, the wife of Michael, explaining the things that Sophie was allegedly dealing with and going through, and because reading that is just very difficult to do. I'm, like, literally my heart's dropping, and, like, my voice is fluctuating, and
Yeah.
they're sitting there in chat telling, and my boss ends up saying that, you know, they called my but one of the people who called told my boss that I'm talking about a 9-year-old's genitals, and the people were in the chat on the stream while I was doing the stream saying that I was enjoying it, and it was just fucking awful and disgusting, and I couldn't believe it. It's like, I don't even know where they're getting this from.
They
Like,
make it
where
up.
do you
They're liars. That's where they get it from. They get it from their cold, dead wombs or whatever it is. They get it from the sadness and patheticness of their own life. They just make up a lie because they want to hurt you. That's where they got it.
say, well, apparently, they doxed me because I wouldn't let them on the panel, according to this one person.
Hmm.
Even though I may have been wrong on the reason for the dox, uh, they still saying that because this is what happens when I don't, they said, "You should have let us on the panel." So,
Yeah, that's hey you motherfucker, that's extortion.
yeah, thank you for that.
That's literally a criminal act. You better hope that you don't get doxxed, you fucking baby. You don't get to demand access to someone on threat that you'll do something else to them. It's a federal fucking crime to do that over the internet. It's a federal crime.
Yeah, good job. Thanks for documenting it for everybody.
Oh, catch fire. God, these people just are pathetic. You know, there are not enough razor blades for people to swallow in this world. So anyway, so here's the question, right? Like, look, I've known you for a while through the internet, and I have no idea. Like, I think you told me your name once, but I don't remember it because it's easier to just call you Kiwi Farms Ken.
Mhm.
We've met in person and spent a significant amount of time hanging out. I don't know where you live. I don't know where you work. I don't know your full name. I don't know any of this stuff. I don't I don't know. How did they get it?
Say, apparently they're making fun of me because, even though I used a fake name on the records request, I had to put down my real phone number and address because I had to get the documents mailed back to me because I
Yeah.
had to have a way to get them. But, apparently that's what they're that's what they're targeting at right now is, that's part of
Where are
the
they talking about this?
people are catching it in chat and, posting them in the Discord general.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
how I'm able, yeah, so people are taking snippets because 'cause I'm trying to keep up with chat and there's just so much going through it.
Now I thought those
And
records were not available to the public.
yep, they said, that the people on the chat said they weren't, but as I explained, I got the records before any sealing
No,
order or
I meant the
any
records about you were not available to the
um,
public because
I don't
like
know, apparently they said someone got the records before the sealing happened, so after me, but before the sealing happened, and then those were shared widely. So maybe they're right. Maybe they're right.
Oh, wait a
But I'm
minute
just
though.
saying the
But
timing seems kind of odd.
isn't that interesting? So the part of the problem is that you were sharing documents that are allegedly quote unquote sealed.
Yep.
Even though those documents came out before any sealing order or anything like that. But then your information, which was allegedly quote unquote sealed with the rest of the case, well, since that came out before, that's okay. Sounds like some hypocrisy going on there. Also, I'm not buying the story at all.
Yeah, it sounds a little sus to me. And
Because
apparently
there's like what 4 or 5 people that would still have access to those records. Isn't that right?
yeah, there's a few people who are actually parties to the case that would actually be held to any sealing order if one exists, right?
Yeah,
So,
there's at least 2 parties to the cases and at least 2 attorneys, 1 judge, and then any of their subsequent staff. I mean, I don't know the staffing information of any of these people, but any of their agents would also be bound by the same order.
that is true.
Did you receive any communications about this?
It's,
About this stuff from anybody else? I mean, obviously the Karens were involved, but who else?
uh, as far as, like, people in general?
Well, I mean, there's one communication I'm hinting at, but I don't know how much you want to share.
Oh, okay. Well, apparently that I've gotten some sympathy from people who've also suffered at the hands of these people before, who have been doxxed and who have had their livelihoods ruined.
Oh, that wasn't even
And
who I was talking about. I was talking
oh,
about someone with a confrontational communication with you.
oh, I
About
must
your
be missing that one.
an email that you got from somebody directly involved with the case.
Oh, you mean the cease and desist that didn't apply to anything I was doing.
Yeah, that one.
That one. Okay, my bad.
Because to me, the timing of this seems very, very odd,
It's
right?
just so
Like
coincidental.
you're just a guy. How many
Yeah, apparently.
subscribers on your YouTube channel?
I'm closing in on 500 now, but I had to pull all my videos down.
So
So,
you're closing in on 500 subscribers. You had to pull your videos down, but prior to that, you had your videos up. You're doing this video. You're doing it on a live stream. But prior to that, this is before the live stream, right? That you got the cease and desist, or
it
was it
was
after?
so the first stream was on Sunday, and that either came near the end of the stream or right after the end of the stream.
Okay, so you're just a
And
random guy, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, a lawyer from the case sends a cease and desist, says that you're
yep,
not allowed to do what you're doing, even though they're incorrect about what you're doing.
that's correct.
And
Also,
then
I need uh,
subsequently you're doxxed with
yep,
with information that is sealed. It is sealed information at this point in time, right after you receive the cease and desist.
mhm, but the cease and desist didn't apply to anything I had.
Which
And
is
so
real
that's the
amazing.
funny part.
It's almost like a bogus cease and desist was sent, because even if let me just suggest, and this lawyer will know this, and God, it's gonna be great. Uh,
Mm,
it's gonna be
a little
great.
bit.
But this lawyer should know that someone who is not party to a case is not under any sealing order. The court cannot put a seal on documents that, or on a party that is not in the jurisdiction, is not under the jurisdiction of the court, has no connection to the case. They can't do it. They cannot do that. The lawyer also, if I'm not mistaken, suggested that if you were to proceed, it would be a quote unquote invasion of privacy, which is not true. That is not how invasion of privacy laws works. And this lawyer, if they have any First Amendment chops, knows that legally recovered documents, other than documents that are marked literally classified by the United States government, legally obtained documents can be shared with impunity. The only time they cannot be shared is if the recipient, induces the illegal activity to obtain them. That's the only time that the sharer can be legally liable for the distribution for the purposes of press on a matter of public concern, the distribution of information or documents or recordings. There's a long history, and I'm talking to you, you fucking bitch. There is a long history of jurisprudence around this, a long history of strong First Amendment protections for broadcasters. It's an area of particular interest for me. And as a lawyer, I've read those cases. You read them in law school too. Maybe you're a little bit rusty on them, but you know that cease and desist that you sent was bogus. And you couldn't get him to stop talking.
I knew it wasn't. I knew they couldn't hold me to it because it's the cease and desist. It's not an order. It's just a saying, hey, we might sue you. So, I mean, I knew what it was.
And if they sued you, they would be laughed out of court. They would be laughed out
be
of
funny,
it.
Be very funny suit. Be very funny suit. Is it possible for me to step away for a couple minutes? I have to take care of something real quick.
Yeah, I'll read a couple super chats.
I hate to do that, but I'll
You're
be right
fine,
back.
you communist.
I know.
Yeah, I'll read a couple
so
super
bad.
chats and justice chats, and then when you get back, we'll finish up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Cashew Matthew says, in Mr. Y voice, breaking news, celebrity billionaire Jeff Bezos has an out-of-this-world experience riding a giant dildo with some friends. Okay. Jeff Bezos, by the way, went to space today. The man has made enough money to create a space program for the sole purposes of getting to go to space privately. That is the coolest thing I've ever heard of. That is the funniest thing he could do. That's great. Much props to Jeff Bezos. I only wish I were him, and Elon Musk is pissed off that he's going to be, like just a little bit behind Bezos on it. Man, that'd be so cool. Yeah, I kind of want to go to space. Well, Mr. Bezos, we don't have any way to get you there. You're not going to get into NASA. Can I buy my way into NASA? No, you can't. How about if I make my own space program? You realize that would take a lot of money. Have you heard of me? Do you even know who I am? I'm Jeff fucking Bezos. Yeah, that's the dream right there. Let's see. Tom Bombathrill says, hey, Nick, did you see Rand BTFO Fauci today? It's worth a watch if you haven't. Yeah, I might cover it tomorrow. I didn't watch it, but I read about it a little bit. Of course, I read the slanted media position where it says, Fauci tells Rand Paul, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, what did Rand Paul say, though? It's also how the government is policing social media based off his and others' lies is still beyond me. It's just great. They're trying to stream snipe me. Oh, please don't advertise me. Oh, no. Oh, God. Blackwind KFP Inquisitor says, want to show how bad the system is rigged to my bro. If there were parents in different states, say mom in Arizona and dad in Texas, and her family provided evidence of verbal abuse and neglect, what would the dad face for taking them? Wait, what? If there were parents, for taking the kids. So parents are in different states. Mom is in Arizona and dad is Texas. Her family provided evidence of verbal abuse and neglect from who? The mom or the dad? The mom, maybe? What would the dad face for taking them? So these cases are actually really, really complicated. And this is the problem that Sophie's mom, and again, I don't know if Sophie's mom or dad are the good guy here. Family court, like I said, is an absolute disaster. I don't care what parent is right or wrong because of the parent. I want Sophie to be safe. Sophie is a little girl who is stuck in a parent's fight. And no children should ever be stuck in parents' fights. And we have way too many of them that are. And they're used as leverage and currency in disputes between mom and dad. I find it disgusting. I hate it. It's distasteful. It's nasty. And it never turns out well. Okay? So that is the disclaimer. That being said, Sophie's mom's side is having a real problem right now because though Michael may have ran off with Sophie, nobody's going to do anything about it. Even getting a court order on this would be tough. And if he takes Sophie to another state, you would think that would be a clear-cut case of kidnapping, that the FBI would be involved, their kidnapping branch. No, what they're going to say is, well, that's a dispute between the parents and it should be handled civilly, in civil court, in civil family court. I know this because I have dealt with this issue. I have been representative of the party who had the kid that was wrongfully taken away from them. across state lines, held. We knew it was happening. We knew roughly where they were, contacted every agency in the book. None of them would act. We had the documentation. We had the law on our side. Everything was on our side. The one thing we couldn't get was we couldn't get Minnesota to issue a subsequent order to demand the return of the child because the child wasn't in Minnesota. So what are we supposed to do? We had to, they're like, well, you got to go where the child is to get that order. But where the child is where the parent who didn't have the child wasn't. It was a completely different state. And even though all of the custody law was based on Minnesota law, was determined in Minnesota, no one would do it. FBI won't do it. Kidnapping departments won't do it. Local police won't do it. Local judge won't take it. They don't want to touch it. No one wants to touch this stuff. It's a mess. Sophie Long case, they're going to be running into the same problems. This is why it's so hard to find out where they are. And when they eventually get Sophie back, what they'll be able to charge Michael with, I don't know, maybe contempt of court. Possibly. But it's not that easy to say. So I don't know. I don't know what he would face for taking them. Maybe a contempt order, maybe 30 to 90 days in jail. Not sure. What their primary concern is going to be getting Sophie back. But from Michael's perspective, it seems like his primary concern is making sure Sophie is safe. He doesn't believe she's safe. Whether he's right or wrong in that, I don't know. I don't care. Again, I'm talking about from the perspective of each person. He believes that she's not safe with the mom. And unless he's just lying, which is a possibility, he's doing what he thinks is right to protect his daughter and probably willing to accept whatever consequence comes out of that. Rendaphone says, Nick, please tell Ken this. You should tell your boss that he has caused distress by not allowing you to defend yourself against these horrendous allegations and thus is violation of professional ethics. I will when he comes back. That's good.
I'm back now if you're ready.
Oh, did you? So you didn't hear that last super chat, did you?
I partially heard it.
Okay, it says, Nick, please tell Ken this. You should tell your boss that she has caused distress by not allowing you to defend yourself against these horrendous allegations and thus is in violation of her professional ethics.
Oh, I legitimately went straight from my office after I sat in my car for a minute after getting out of the office to cool down.
Yeah.
It's just 'cause I was so upset and I was pretty much bawling. And I
Never
drove
admit that
straight
again,
to the
but at least you were in your car, so that's okay.
well, I drove straight to the VA to try and get an appointment with my therapist
Yeah.
because I needed it. It was that bad. Because this was awful.
Yeah,
And
you should not losing a job, especially over bullshit, is horrifically traumatic. Like it really is trauma because now, and you know this, you've talked. I don't want to like revel in it or anything, but you've got to now figure out what steps to take next, how you secure employment, how you provide for yourself and your family. Like that's your thing, and it was a concern you didn't have 2 days ago.
Not to this degree. I mean, I've always had kind of rough plans of what I do, other places I might work, but that it's horrible. And even if I'm like in the middle of something like this and I'm in a disagreement with someone, it's not to the point where I would ever need to do something like this. Someone who does something like this, it has their own problems with self-confidence. They're so insecure in their own thing.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, I've got people I've got people I've known and talked about, and it's just I could never do this to someone. I couldn't live with myself if I did this to someone. That's how bad it is.
Of course not. You're a decent, normal human being.
Well, apparently I sound pervy, so.
You don't. This is literally just how your voice is. Like.
Yeah, it's just my voice. It doesn't mean it's.
No,
I
again.
mean, I've never once, and I work with kids a lot. I've never once had a parent complain. I've had parents trust me with their kids on a lot of different issues, a lot of different topics. Never once had a complaint.
It's almost like you're a professional who has dealt
Apparently,
with.
I'm just a pervy sounding voice guy.
Yeah, well,
And that's worthy of getting me fired, according to their stream chat.
Well, these people are pathetic. I mean, at the end of they're literally pathetic. They're the worst dregs of society. They're bored. They're friendless. They're probably relationshipless. Lots of times women, and they don't know what to do, so they lash out. They don't possess rational behavior. They don't possess common decency. They feel that society and everyone in it owes them something, and they don't get what they're owed, because people don't want to be around people like this. It's pretty common. That's why they get the headshot haircut. It's why they all act in the same way. It's why they freak out at the slightest perception of an indiscretion. It's because they're so goddamn insecure and neurotic that they literally cannot deal with the world around them not catering to their every whim. The problem is no one caters to any whim. They're not desirable. And they know it. They
Yeah,
know it deep
probably
down.
got a lot to do with it.
They're just in denial of it. I mean, it's you don't see being a Karen, right? Like you typically don't see an Instagram model being a Karen. Like you can see them being insufferable in different ways. But it's not a Karen because they're getting what they want, right? If you're attractive, if you have charisma of some sort, you're gonna get around and get along in most of your life. Like if you're just generally likable, you're gonna get around and get along. I mean, you're gonna have bad days here and there, of course. You're gonna run into assholes, but by and large, most people can integrate in society and get the basic things that they're gonna get, which is just decency. Karens want more than decency, but they barely even get the decency. They have an inflated sense of self. They think they're entitled to something more, and at the end of the day, no one can figure out what they're basing their entitlement on. You look at their lives and you go, you're literally pathetic. Like you're worthy of pity because your life is so horrendous compared to the average. Like your relationships are dying. If you have a job, they probably don't. They probably don't have hobbies even. They don't have things to keep them occupied, and they don't know what to do. And so they take that drowning feeling and they channel that into rage against anybody else in the world they can be enraged at. And it's really sad. Like it's a thing that baffles me on one level, but it also it's just I feel pity for them, except that they're so contemptible that I don't.
I honestly I feel bad for these people. Like this, 1 or 2 of these people, I'm not gonna name them specifically, but, I honestly feel bad. It's pretty it's really kind of sad and pathetic to be at that point in your life. I get trying to stand up for something you believe in like that, but when you have to do it in the way you're doing it, you've undermined your entire argument. If you can't do it without doing something like that, if you really had if you really had a problem with it, you didn't have, because there were lies in the complaint that came to me.
Of
There were
course,
lies in that complaint. There were misconstructions.
Karen's.
Everything.
It's a symptom of Karenhood. They have to lie about it. They have to mold the scenario because they know that the actual thing that happens to them. This is the same if they're yelling at a Starbucks or if they're yelling at someone's employer, right? They know that what happened to them is actually just common interaction, or maybe didn't happen to them at all. Like that it was just a thing that was going on that they subjected themselves to. For example, you're doing a live stream. You didn't bring them there. You didn't send them the link. You didn't send an email demanding that they show up. You didn't threaten to talk about these particular people or anything like that. They had nothing to do with it. If they would have never come to your live stream, their life would be 0% different. But they have to make it about them. They have to.
These are the same kind of people that would have not cared. Like if I had ended my life today, they wouldn't have cared. And they'd have been happy. And that's disgusting. And it's thankfully I've learned to deal with my depression because first you guys targeted a disabled veteran. You targeted a person of a minority status. You also targeted me for several other things as well. I have depression. I have mental health, my own mental health that I've been very good at dealing with over the years. It's taken a lot of time to get there, but you guys apparently have no problem bullying people into things like suicide, because if it had been another person, they probably would be dead today.
It wasn't.
Thankfully, I have support systems with me that can help me,
It
and apparently you guys are too low of a human being to be able to recognize that your actions can cause harm, not the same level of harm that I was allegedly causing, because you didn't have to tune in. But when you remove my employment and my income, that's a whole other level of harm.
Yeah, it doesn't, but it doesn't matter to them. There was no consideration ever for the for you, because you became non-person to them. That's what happened. And so once that happens, that it's the simple matter. You dehumanize, and then you can demonize with impunity, because you can justify it. Well, Ken is bad because Ken did something I don't like, but that's not how they word it, right? Ken is bad because Ken is harming Sophie in my brain, and therefore also harming me because I am Sophie in my brain. Therefore, Ken is subhuman. Therefore, Ken is not entitled to consideration. That's the thought process. Whether it's conscious or subconscious, that's what they go through.
It's funny is because they're, they're sitting here continuing their little act of, that they're saying, I was asked time and time again to stop talking about the document, stop reading the document. So I should have stopped reading the document and they wouldn't have had to do this. I had every right to read the document. The
Yep.
court can't prevent me from reading the document. There's nothing in my professional ethics that stopped me from reading the document. The fact that I was terminated the way I was is potentially grounds for wrong. I have a potential way to deal with that under under legal matters, and I will be pursuing those in the morning, because this is not the right way to deal with it. There were better ways to address it. The fact that you guys have been pushing boundaries that you weren't supposed to, that you could have addressed it in way better ways. You were doing nothing but being bullies, harassing me, trying to do a lot of other things as well in the meantime,
Well,
telling me my cease and desist. If I had just followed the cease and desist, it wouldn't have happened either. But the cease and desist didn't cover any of the information I had, and it didn't prevent me from talking about the public information, which was what I was talking about.
did you talk about the cease and desist?
Oh yeah, I was laughing
Okay.
at it because I was like, it's funny because they didn't cover. It wasn't about the stuff I had.
All right. I was
They thought I
wondering how
had the
they found
mandamus
out
or
about it.
whatever. Oh, because
That's
I
all.
put it on my page, or I
Yeah.
put it on I put it on stream, because they didn't actually cover the stuff I had in the. It wasn't like it covered the documents I had. It covered stuff I didn't have, and then that wasn't even. I don't have, and I couldn't read anyway. So it's like there's no point to this cease and desist.
Right. But see, where was you said something and I've forgotten it. So I guess it doesn't matter. Well, we're beating the topic to death here. I think so. The end of the day, you've been terminated from your job. These people don't, that was what they wanted to do. They wanted to punish you for something. It's unrelated to what you did, and what you did wasn't wrong. All you did was discuss something that you have every right to discuss. There is no cease and desist. They don't get to control what you get to say by saying, oh, you should have just done this otherwise. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Isn't that the hallmark? You're a therapist. Isn't that the hallmark of abusers? Well, like if
Yeah,
you
it
just
seems to be
stopped.
some kind of controlling behavior that you see pretty commonly in those types of relationships.
Yeah.
I mean,
If
I'm not
the
the expert, like
look,
I said multiple times.
if the wife would have just done what I told her, I wouldn't have had to tell her with my hands.
Yeah, I know, right? It's
Right.
so much easier.
If the husband would have just done the things I told him, I wouldn't have taken all of his money out of his account and put it in my own and then divorced him. Like that's the abuser mentality. Well, if you had just done what I told you, I wouldn't have had to do the thing to harm you. But you're not in a position of authority or trust to make those decisions. They don't get to tell you what to do. They don't get to threaten you. Again, threatening someone to get them to do something that you want that is against their interests is a federal criminal act when you do it over the internet. And if you do it in person, it's just a state criminal act at that point. It doesn't change. It's criminal all the time. We don't allow people to do that. That's the whole purpose of the laws on extortion, is that we don't allow people to force other people to do what they want under threat. That is the opposite of polite society, and it's the opposite of liberty.
So you're a lawyer. Let me ask you this question. Do people ever get fired from their jobs incorrectly?
Mm-hmm.
Or is there reasons that people end up having to stop working at a place or leave a place of employment because of something that was done improperly? Like, does that ever happen? Or
There's
is it
only
always
like
correct? Always no, is it always correct all the time? Like, there's
no.
reasons people like it's always correct, right? There's no
There's
way that ever gets mistaken.
there's an entire legal
Mm,
profession, an entire
You're
industry
fucking
of
kidding? You're
lawyers.
kidding me.
And
You're kidding me.
literally, you can go
What?
to the smallest town on the planet and you can find someone who practices employment law for this very reason.
Oh, wow. People do oh my god, I had no idea.
Yeah.
And apparently I beat my wife too, and so do you. So,
Well, look, she likes it. So, like, these people don't know me or my wife, so I don't really care what they say. But you know, well, I'm sure I'll get a bar complaint telling me how I beat my wife and
oh,
whatever.
it'll be a fun bar complaint. I'm sure it'll
The
be great to read on stream.
the interesting thing about me is I don't give a shit about any of their feelings. So you know, it's funny. I won't do it when you're on stream, but man, it's amazing that the name of the person who did this is actually out there. It's already there. So
That's, pretty interesting. There's
it would,
several people's names out there. It's like, they actually connected themselves to their names and used ways that are easily traced back to them. It's like, they make fun of me for it, but they may have done something similar.
they seem to have.
I think it's so funny. So,
So it's really interesting that there are people on the internet who don't kowtow to bullshit and are happy to you know, talk about this stuff. And like I said, some of those people's names and businesses are already out there. They're already posted. You know, if people know where to look, they're already there. And it's a real
I
shame that they thought that they could do that to someone else and that they'd be immune to it. I heard
you
one
wanna know what
person's already taken down their business website. Wonder
you wanna know
why.
what's funny is, when I talked to my, psychiatrist, I asked her, I was like, "Give it to me straight, based on what I've told you, with the information. Do you think it was do you think I crossed the line?" And she said, "No, it's a little grayish, but obviously if it was my family, I'd be upset, but if it's in the public, you're good you should have been good to go. It's just if obviously if it was you or if your family, like, yeah, you might be upset about it, but it doesn't mean I did anything wrong." And she's a psychiatrist, which is way higher licensed than any of myself or my boss was even.
Yeah, it's amazing. You
So,
you owe no duty to anybody in a random chat, and you owe no
yeah,
duty to Sophie Long, Kelly Long, or Michael Long, or their attorneys or their staff. You owe no duty to any of these people. None of them are your client. You have no duty of care to them. The likelihood of any of them even knowing about you discussing the case is basically zero on any rational scale. It's zero. So there is no duty of care. Of course, there's not. Suggesting there is would be ludicrous. And you know, I've been avoiding bad mouthing your boss, but the reality is that your boss applying these standards is I think when they look back on it, they're going to realize how insane the application of those standards were, and your boss would not tolerate being held to that same standard. Of course, they wouldn't.
like, I don't hate my boss. Like, I can get why she took the action she took, and I kinda get it, but, like, she's really smart in a lot of areas of counseling, different techniques with different client populations, but she's not good with law, and she's even admitted that. But every time I tried to mention anything, didn't matter.
Yeah,
Was
they don't want to
completely
hear it.
ignored.
They
So,
don't want to hear it. Um, So I have heard that the Karens are trying to put some dislikes on this stream, but apparently they're not doing very well.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
It's pretty sad. Someone pointed out Jason the Great Awakening. No, wait, who was it? Says, oh, I can't find who it was. They said I had more dislikes on the Frank Hassel stream. They need to step up their game.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers. You need to bump up those numbers.
They need to try a lot harder. Because I have so far they have not effectively extorted me into not talking about this. And in fact, they've probably strengthened my resolve. And I'm going to be talking about this case again very soon, probably this week. So if you guys are interested in the Sophie Long case and those documents, because I've gotten them from at several anonymous sources, people I've never met before, never had any contact with before in my life, have sent me the documents in question, the documents that were subject to that cease and desist that you got. Funny thing though, I don't recall being under any particular order about this at all. And I don't recall submitting myself to Texas jurisdiction or the jurisdiction of the particular court where this is happening to be subject to that order. So if they don't like it, I don't know what to tell them. I guess they'll have to cry in the chat.
Well, I'm hoping to get a copy of the complaint over the next few days. Any complaints that were made. I should have access to those. I don't see why I wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to.
I didn't get to leave with one, so.
Yeah, that's funny. You should definitely be entitled to one. If they don't want to provide that, I think that would be a poor move on the choice of your former employer to not provide that thing. But if you do get a hold of it and you want to talk about it, let me know.
I got to figure something out, because I got to figure out how to pursue this, because something's got to get done. I'm not just going to let, and it's not like I want to take these actions. I like my old boss. Obviously we had a disagreement here. I don't,
do you think there's any hope like your boss would come to their senses and be like, you know what? We acted a little hasty.
She was too concerned about any legal liability potentially because of the cease and desist, even though I never violated the cease and desist.
And there's zero, like a cease and desist is literally zero. There's nothing.
I know. I tried to tell her that. She didn't care. She said there was too much legal liability. And it was like she was, I don't know. It was kind of just like, what do I do?
What I would suggest, this is not legal advice, by the way. This is just personal advice. I would suggest letting your employer cool off 24 to 48 hours.
That's the plan.
And talking to them and saying, you know what? Like, this went down in a really poor way. And I would love to discuss it with you again. Because if you like your former employer, you think maybe they just made a mistake, they had a knee-jerk reaction to something, that happens a lot. It doesn't mean that an entire relationship is foreclosed because of it. It just means that someone got scared about something and they reacted in a way. And oftentimes, after a little cool-off period, they might be willing to reconsider. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I'd start there, because if reconciliation can occur without a bunch of legal action, obviously it's cheaper, and that's ideal. But the fact that you can show, if given the opportunity, that none of what they
no opportunity to do that. There was no opportunity to prove my innocence, which was kind of the sad part, because I shouldn't have had to do that.
No, you should never have to prove your own innocence. That's insane.
And it was, and it's like my boss had a very limited time window to have this discussion with me, and I was like, it's a 4-hour stream. I'm like, I can cut out some of the parts and bring it back to you, but she didn't want to wait. I was like, I can go get you the parts that were relevant to the questions you have, and didn't matter. Everything turned into analogy and something in metaphors and stuff, and it was just so weird.
Yeah. Like, well, again, it's possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible that they would be willing to reconsider, re-engage talks. So that my personal suggestion is, give it a little 24 to 48 hours. Say, hey, can we talk about this? Because I don't feel like I got a chance to present my side. I know you're reacting to something happening in real time, but maybe we could talk about it. And because I think there's some miscommunication that happened, misunderstanding going on, and I'd like to have a chance to say something. Now, maybe she says no to that, and then you know, right? But maybe she says yes at that point, and then you go, okay, cool, we can do it. And then maybe that talk happens with a lawyer too. I mean, you never know. But yeah, I think
I was hoping to. I didn't have a chance to get in touch with one before today. I'm gonna try reaching out to. I know there's a couple people nearby that I think are okay in that area, and I don't know how far this will end up going, if at all. But right now, I'm just worried about trying to get, you know, take care of the bills, take care of feeding my pets, take care of feeding my wife, those kind of things. So,
right.
and it's really fucking depressing to think about, honestly. So,
Yeah, it sucks, man. Make sure you take care of yourself. That's obviously the most important thing. And then, my hopes will be that you can rectify this in one way or another the right way and quick. That being said, if there's anything I can do, please let me know. Please let me know.
yeah,
I'm
I'm
happy
trying to
to.
keep you in the loop. I've had other people reach out to me. People have been offering their assistance all day, a variety of ways. Someone already helped substantially. They don't want their name out there, but they gave a decent amount of money to help me get through a couple weeks, just to help take some pressure off. It's
That's
it's
awesome.
been and it's I don't like ever like I used to, and I'm not even joking. Like as a kid, when I would go like sleep at a friend's house, I would go
Mhm.
home and eat breakfast because I didn't want to eat their cereal because I didn't want to feel like I was taking stuff from them. And I've always been like that. I've always hated taking other people's like things. Like even with clients, I don't like taking their money because it
Yeah.
feels weird,
No,
and it's always felt weird.
I get it. I 100% get it. I'm actually I've always been bad at asking for help, and I'm really bad at asking. That's why I like YouTube, because people just do it and I don't have to like hound them for stuff. But no, that I 100% understand that. And like I said, if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. I'll be able to. I'll do what I can. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the best thing to help you is right now. But as that comes up, please let me know. And I'm hoping for the best, buddy.
I do appreciate it. Like I said to everyone earlier, multiple times, I've never seen this level of outpouring of support. Like, according to Spectre, apparently even the people on the farm, the few people on the farms who don't like me, lost their shit and were very upset with what happened.
Of
And I'm like,
course.
whoa, that's pretty big. And I'm like, I don't have any problem with them. Like, they don't have to like me, but like the fact that they're upset, I'm like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's an interesting aspect of the farms. They can call
Mm,
someone a
yeah,
retard all day, but they do have some sense of justice
there
baked
is a
into it.
sense of justice. It's interesting.
So, here's the stream sniper. I could meta stream snipe. Let's see. What do we got here? What is this?
Oh, did you? I don't know if you saw the DM I sent you in Discord. I can send it to you on Twitter if it's easier.
Uh, oh, is it something I should bring up?
No, I just wanted you to see it and see what you thought about it based on the things we just talked about. Either you can say it on air or off air. I just thought it was funny that they posted that. The most recent one, the one I just posted like 2 minutes ago.
Let's see. Oh, I'll read
Yeah,
them.
that one.
Or he could have just read the cease and desist and made a sound judgment. Verity Audit is the person who is talking. Says basically that you should have read the cease and desist and just listened. Verity
I
Audit, have you
did.
ever fucking talked to a lawyer in your entire life? You know what? Any lawyer will tell you. Someone sends you a cease and desist, a lawyer will say a cease and desist is a suggestion. It's just got a fancy name to it. You can decide to listen to it, or you can decide not to. Sometimes a cease and desist has a sound legal basis. The cease and desist that Ken received by email that was like 2 paragraphs long with 0 citations, with 0 attachments of an actual sealing order, with 0 reference to anything he was actually talking about, is a bullshit cease and desist made for intimidation purposes. He made the sound judgment. What you're talking about is
I followed the
extortion.
cease and desist to the letter, and I've even attached a copy of the redacted version, if you care. But I followed it to the letter. I did not discuss any of the things in the cease and desist. So how did I make a sound judge? How did I not make a sound judgment? If I followed the paperwork that you sent, or whoever sent it to me, literally by the letter, I did exactly what was asked in that cease and desist, even though I didn't have to. I technically didn't have to, but I still did.
I've got it up on screen. It says, Dear
Okay.
Ken Jennings, I represent Kelly Long. I understand you're in possession of a petition for writ of mandamus filed recently by Michael Long. And at the time, you were not in possession of this, right?
Yeah, I didn't have that document. And so that was like, I didn't have that document, and it wasn't my plan to go over that document. I was trying to start with the early stuff and then make my way back to the, try and get closer to the newer stuff. But
In the custody disputes with his ex-wife Kelly, the petition is not part of the public record and is subject to a court sealing order. Actually, the petition for writ of mandamus is not subject to a court sealing order that I've seen, because the petition. So this is something. Let's get into a little bit of legal trickery going on here. The petition for the writ of
Ooh.
mandamus is filed in the 5th Court of Appeals in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. It is filed in the 5th Court of Appeals in Texas. And in that, while that petition is not quote unquote publicly available, there is no sealing order from the Court of Appeals that is suppressing that petition for writ of mandamus. There is not one. If there were, so this lawyer has actually misrepresented to you the law. This lawyer lied to you in a cease and desist, which may be a violation of this lawyer's ethical responsibilities, if we're being honest here. But we're lawyers, so who cares about honesty? But
yeah, what's that?
the petition for the writ of mandamus is a separate case filed in a separate action in an appeals court, and under Texas rules of civil procedure, if there is an order sealing something, that order is to remain publicly available. I checked personally the 5th Circuit, or the 5th Court of Appeals in Texas, not the 5th Circuit, that's separate, that's the federal court, 5th Court of Appeals. I checked this case, which is publicly available. The case is, the writ is not, or the petition for the writ is not publicly available. However, there is no order sealing that writ petition in this case. And there must be, under the rules of Texas civil procedure, there would be an order for it, and that order would be public, because people need to know if there's a sealing order in the case. It's almost like you can't be bound by an order that you literally cannot find. So that's a misrepresentation.
They may have cast a cloak. They may have thrown a cloak of invisibility over it or something. That's probably why we don't see it.
I'm being very, very kind to this lawyer by saying it's a misrepresentation, by the way. She knows exactly what she did.
You want to add an extra dimension to this? I got an email from someone saying that they received a similar letter, a similar email, and that I haven't been able to verify, I haven't had the time, but that they got a similar email, but there were some things missing that weren't the same. From the same lawyer, but that this person isn't actually representing Kelly. So I don't know if that's the case. So I don't know if this lawyer's actually on retainer or anything for Kelly, and is a separate lawyer who would be sending it.
I don't know. They might not be the lawyer in the case, but they could still be representing her. So
like a family lawyer. I don't know.
Like a family law lawyer may be representing Kelly, and then Kelly may have hired separate counsel to manage PR and things like this, for example.
Yeah, so I figured something like that, but
yeah,
it's possible for something like that. I just thought it was interesting that someone emailed me about that.
Yeah. Furthermore, any hearing transcripts, testimony, and exhibits included in the petition writ were not and are not open or accessible to the public. Open or accessible to the public does not mean sealed. It literally doesn't. You should not have this petition. which contains highly sensitive personal information about a private custody dispute involving 3 minor children. Well, but at the time you didn't have it, so it's not a problem. The disclosure of any information contained in the petition would be an invasion of privacy. That's not true. If you want to avoid any legal exposure, you should delete the petition in its entirety, including any or all attachments and exhibits from all devices, and refrain from sharing or disclosing in any manner all or any part of the petition, including all attachments and exhibits and any information contained therein. First of all, Laura Elkin should have advised you. I believe she has an ethical responsibility to advise you that she cannot give you legal advice, as she is not representing you as a lawyer in this matter.
That legal advice, I must have not recognized that when she did it.
She literally bolded a section of legal advice to you, a potential adverse party. Laura Elkind may have, again, there's a couple simps still in the chat talking or whatever.
Oh, they're
Laura
going to stay there
Elkind,
until the stream's over.
the attorney who is allegedly representing Kelly Long, may have violated her ethical obligations 2 to 3 times in a 1-paragraph cease and desist email.
And that's fucking being spectacular. That's exceptional.
That's
levels
embarrassing.
Of, awesome.
That is embarrassing for her.
Can I get it? Can I buy a how embarrassing?
How embarrassing.
Thank you.
It's pathetic. And it's the shit that lawyers do that the reason that people hate lawyers is this. They threaten, they attempt to use they attempt to leverage the title of lawyer, which, by the way, I don't know if you know, but I'm a lawyer. They will give assholes law degrees and bar cards if they just pass the test hard enough, which, that being said, like that's, if you hate me, that's all you need to know. Being a lawyer is no special status. It just means you passed a test, you went through some licensure hoops, and you've paid your fines to the government. That's it. That's all that's done. That doesn't mean literally anything about the quality or character of the person, the quality or character of the work. This from Laura Elkind is absolutely shoddy work. It's pathetic. She should be ashamed of it. She may have violated her ethical obligations 3 times in 1 paragraph, which is really, really embarrassing in general. She, in fact, bolded to draw attention to the legal advice that she gave you, unsolicited, as not your attorney, and potentially as an attorney to a potential adverse party. Like that alone is a gross violation of her ethical responsibilities. I would never send a cease and desist this pathetic. Every cease and desist should include a disclaimer to a non-lawyer that you are not their attorney, you do not represent them, and that they should consult an attorney in their jurisdiction to determine the validity of any legal questions, and that if they are represented, they should immediately provide contact information for their attorney so that they any future contact can be directed their way. Because she doesn't know, for example, you could have hired me, right? And now, because she didn't know, you could have hired me as your attorney, and she could be talking to a represented party in this matter. She literally has no idea. And if she were talking to an unrepresented party or to a represented party, as if they were unrepresented and not talking to their attorney, she could be in some hot water. She should have asked. She didn't do it.
Oh, is this one of those things where you would file one of those bar complaints like people have suggested to file against you? Because that kind of,
I'm not a fan. Look,
I know I'm not the fan either. I was just making the joke.
As long as it's a joke, yeah. In many cases, people would file a bar complaint on something like this.
I'm not that petty like these people. Because even though this lawyer may have made very many mistakes and could have potentially put me in legal hot water, I'm not that petty.
The thing with Texas that's really interesting is they actually investigate pretty much all bar complaints. Minnesota doesn't. That's the best part. So when they send bar complaints against me, that'll be fun. I don't care. I count it as a badge of honor, a wall of shame like Veritas or whatever. But Texas is different in how they do bar complaints. They're actually really, really annoying. So it is, were you that kind of person, you could actually file a bar complaint against this and say a lawyer misrepresented the law, misrepresented the facts, misrepresented their representation, and in that, did not inform me after I consulted counsel. They didn't inform me that if I were represented in the matter, that they should be directed to them, that they were giving me unsolicited legal advice. All of those things could apply. Would anything happen to this person? Probably not. But would it be a justified bar complaint? Actually, maybe. But me personally, I don't recommend people file bar complaints except under egregious circumstances where they are represented by a lawyer who does the wrong thing and harms them specifically. That's about it. I'm not that kind of guy. I certainly wouldn't recommend it. And I think what would happen at the end of the day is this would be annoying for this person, but not ultimately amount to anything. They're a piece of garbage, but that doesn't mean that they would be disciplined for it. So
Yeah, and it's like you said, it's not so egregious that it would really amount to anything. So it's not
maybe
even really worth my time to even do that.
it might not be, it might, but just again, I'm not a fan of bar complaints in general. I don't like them on a personal level. I don't think, I really don't like how the bar goes after people in a lot of capacities in several states. Like I said, Minnesota's bar is actually, well, it's not the bar in Minnesota, but it's
It's a different
Lawyers
group or
Professional
whatever.
Responsibility Board. But they're actually pretty good about it, right? Like they have a good system. Not all states do, but I'm not a Karen in general. I don't want to talk to people's managers. If I do talk to a manager in any situation, the first thing I say to the manager, and I'm talking even with internet service providers and stuff, I'm like, listen, I want to be very clear. The last person did a fantastic job representing the company, representing their relationship with me. They weren't able to resolve my issue. That's why I escalated it. Not because they were bad or because I didn't, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. That is not my job. It's not my goal. The only times I ask for a manager is literally if the person doesn't have the power to help me. I say, okay, please then find someone who does. Cause I don't want to put this on you,
So
but,
can I ask you a question?
you can ask me any questions. We're live.
So one of the arguments that has been used to support the actions that we're taking is that, for example, that these documents and medical reports will follow Sophie for her life, and like the video her dad put up, they're gonna follow her for life, and that me doing what I was doing is re-traumatizing her, and I'm just curious as to what your thoughts on those arguments are. 'Cause I have
Uh,
my own clearly, but they're probably different than yours.
yeah. First of all, follow her for life. I mean, this trauma between her parents is going to follow her for life. Like that's the reality. That's going to follow her for life. It's already impacting her. It's been impacting her. If we take the dad's allegations, it's been impacting her for a long time. If the dad's allegations are false, his lies have been impacting her for a long time before you ever came around. What some dope on the internet says about her is not going to be superseding trauma or even contributory trauma in any real way to what she's already going through. So I think that's a disingenuous statement in the first place. In the second place, nothing that you talked about wasn't already in the public record and already talked about. So her medical history, like, yeah, the allegations are that her mom's boyfriend was molesting her in an inappropriate fashion. That's first of all, if he was, that's way more traumatic than some rando on the internet saying that he did it, right? I think we can acknowledge that the physically real trauma would be more damaging than some non-person. And if he wasn't, if the allegations are true that Michael coached her into saying these statements and it was all a lie, then the trauma and the betrayal of trust of her father is going to be far more damaging than some guy named Kem Jennings with 500 subscribers on the internet. Like, right? Like that. Is this really a question that people have? Do they honestly, and of course there is no honesty on the internet. That's one of the problems. But do they honestly believe that that's a real position to take?
Apparently it is.
No, I don't think so.
It's like, I get the concept. I get what they're coming from, but either way is like I said, I should be able to speak. You don't have to agree with me. You can counter my speech with your speech. But when your speech comes into my life like that, I'm not going into anyone's life by having a conversation in the public square. This would be no different if I was standing out in front of Walmart having the same conversation. You can walk away.
Yeah.
I'm not coming into your place of employment and having that conversation and bitching about how it's hurting me or how it's impacting you. None of that. It's literally out for me screaming, and whoever wants to listen gets to listen.
Ricada Law lies for Squishy the cat. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I didn't know if you saw that stream yet.
Baneling linked it to me. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the stream sniper. Here's the stream sniper. Let's meta stream snipe. Let's see what Squishy has to say.
We need to go deeper.
Let me. Okay, hold on.
Just,
we're gonna get real fucking meta in just a second. Hold on. Baneling linked it to me. Here we go.
I don't think they're saying anything. I think they're just in chat.
Here's the stream sniper. Oh, you better start. Let's meta stream snipe. Let's see what Squishy has to say. Squishy, you fucking pussy. You better start adding commentary, you piece of shit. You're in violation of the DMCA. Okay, hold on. You're in violation of copyright law, and you're in violation of YouTube's terms of service. You cunt. You fucking cunt.
I don't think they're saying anything. I think they're just. I feel a DMCA request incoming.
Oh, you better start. Let's meta stream snipe. Let's see what Squishy has to say. Squishy, you pussy. Put your voice on camera, you fucking pussy. You bitch. You're in violation of the DMCA. Okay, hold on. You're in violation of copyright law, and you're in violation of YouTube's terms of service. You cunt. You fucking cunt. Put your voice on camera, you fucking coward.
DMCA request incoming.
Oh, you better start. Let's meta stream snipe. Let's see what.
I don't think they're gonna do it.
You pussy. Put your voice on camera, you fucking pussy. Own your actions, you bitch. Own it. Own it, you fucking pile of garbage. Copyright law, and you're in violation of YouTube's terms of service. You cunt. You fucking cunt. Put your voice on camera, you fucking coward.
They're violating YouTube's terms of service.
All right, I'm gonna mute it because it's getting weird.
No, it's fine.
You want to see a fucking coward? They won't even put their voice on camera. They know. They can't take it. Oh God, if I put my voice on camera, because you know how they're gonna sound. You know exactly how they're gonna sound. They're a soy-filled sack of shit. They're a loveless sack of garbage who can't take the idea that someone on the internet might disagree with them. What a fucking gaping vagina they are. Can't handle anything. Put it out there. My name and face are on every fucking thing that I do. You coward. You pathetic pile of trash. I hope all of the worst things in the world happen to you. Fuck you. Fuck you and your kind.
I'll disavow that small part, but I'm okay with you holding your views. But
what's the worst thing in the world? You know what that is. That's when you're walking in the dark and you stub your pinky toe on like a book or something. God damn it, that sucks. Oh God, I would rather be shot in the head.
That's the worst. It can be very painful, and it's not worth it. Those are very excruciating things. I had another thing I think I was going to mention. Fuck, what was it? I don't understand why this had to because if I'm remembering correctly, the person who sent the complaint is the same person who was supposed to be in the stream chat, the person that was trustworthy that I was going to potentially bring on stream. And my thing was I didn't want anyone to just jump in and start saying like, the N word and stuff like that. And so I was like, I can email you after the show, and we'll coordinate a show, and I'll dedicate one specifically to that.
Right.
But that was like apparently not okay. That wasn't. They couldn't wait. They had to
Again,
jump in, and
it wasn't
didn't
about the
matter.
demand. It
No, no.
wasn't about the demand. They were lying.
Also, I have because they did a stream a few hours after my stream, talking a little bit about it and about the other stuff relating to it. And near the end of the stream, there's this part where they're basically one of the people was like, talking about my stream. They were like, we've seen other people do stuff like videos and stuff, and we never reacted this way. I don't. They kind of like almost were like kind of looking back on it, like, should we, why did we do that, or like, why did we react this way? But they justified that in their letter or in their complaint, kind of because it was so egregious or something along those lines. Not necessarily those words, but they were kind of using that as the, you know, way to say, "Well, it was so bad that we had to act this way."
Yeah, of course. Of
Yeah.
course they have to. You know what? You know why Squishy the cat deserves a genocide? You know
Hmm.
why that Squishy the cat deserves a literal, unironic, there's no joke here because jokes are verboten, a genocide is because they're not using dark mode. That's why. That's the real problem. Like, of all else, that is the cardinal sin why they deserve to be struck down by the hand of Almighty God. It's the failure to use dark mode on YouTube. Who watches YouTube in light mode? Oh, my, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think
Ugh.
that's one of the bigger problems I have at this point is light mode.
It's disgusting. How do you allow that much blue light into your retinas?
Well, the Flux app is for, which is actually fucking awesome. It's f.lux, and it's great. It dims your screen red throughout the evening. It does it automatically. You can set the dimness, you can make it darker, brighter, and it's very good with blue light. It's fucking beautiful. So, but I mean, think about this. The people who are using the white light are actually doing more harm to the environment because with the pixels being black, it's using less energy. So, dark mode is actually environmentally friendly in a way.
Meow day, you son of a bitch. Why would you do that? I saw your comment about Doucette on there. Why would you
That's great.
why would you do that? You piece of garbage.
Hey, that's
All
that
right.
really cool lawyer, right?
Anyway, I've okay. If I'm gonna keep talking, if I keep talking, and I can't. I have an obligation. I have to do a video game night on Twitch, so I have to get out of
Ah,
this thing. But what's happening to you is garbage, and I hope that it resolves itself quickly. I'm sure they're gonna come after me, and that's fine. Yeah, these people are absolute fucking babies. They don't know how to deal with criticism. They don't know how to deal with anything at all, and they don't know how to deal with disagreement. And so what they do, again, because they are loveless, pathetic piles of garbage. That's you, Shell Bell, by the way, you fucking bitch. They're pathetic piles of garbage who hide behind their online persona and act really tough and then go after people in real life over literally a disagreement. They can get proper fucked. No one cares about them. They're pathetic people. And so with that, may they all dine in hell together. But that being said, I'm sure they're going to come after me. And great, that'll be funny. Whatever.
I
I
think
have
they've
faced
already.
down way worse enemies. Way worse enemies than them. What were you
I
saying?
think they're already saying that I'm leading a doxing army or something like that. Or I'm hinting at it or whatever, and I've never done that. I'm not.
You've not
It's
done
not something
anything.
I've not.
I'm the one who said that
And I.
out there are people who have already leaked the information about
Yeah.
about some of these people. Wait, they literally cannot be opposed to this. They have no ground to be opposed to this. They cannot.
They can.
No, they cannot.
Their stream yesterday said in the description, we don't support doxing.
They literally do support doxing. They did the doxing.
Literally hours after my stream ended. And all the shit went down. They have a stream where in their description it says, we don't support doxing or harassment.
But they obviously support both doxing and harassment. They literally engaged in it. They're engaging in it now. That's what they want to happen, is doxing and harassment of people that they disagree with. That's what they want. So they're liars or they're hypocrites.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious to me.
Shell Bell says these men are making my PTSD. You don't have PTSD. You have fucking Karen syndrome, you weak bitch.
Oh, and that Shell Bell cares about a child's right to privacy, and that we don't, apparently.
Shell Bell doesn't care about any child's right to privacy. They're injecting themselves into an issue they have no interest in because they have nothing else in their lives. No one in this stream, no one has violated a child's right to privacy in any way at all. You want to complain about the people who violated Sophie's right to privacy? Blame Michael and Kelly Long. Those are the people who did it. They are the people
who did the worst things to her. Is they drug this into the into public. They are the people at fault for it. They're the ones responsible. You can hate me. You can pull my shit out from underneath of me, and you can do all that. And you guys think it's funny, and you guys, it's all cool and everything, and whatever. I'll pick up and move on. I'm a big boy at this point. Yeah, it sucks, but guess what? I've dealt with worse. I've dealt with having to get a dozen screws put in my back. I've dealt with having to be on a fucking cane because my back was herniated so bad I couldn't walk without getting surgery and shit like that. So I've had really bad shit go down. This is up there. It's definitely up there. And I've been able to move past it. So it's a challenge right now.
Shabelle says, get over yourselves. I think the funny thing is, they're the ones making it about them. That's the amazing thing.
They are. Shell Bell's sitting here internalizing this as their own PTSD from their ex. If this is causing you such an issue, Shell Bell, then you really do, and honestly, you should probably log off. It's like you need to close the stream, go do something else. If this is causing you a PTSD flare up or issue or experience or episode, whatever,
of course
go away.
It's not.
Go do something more relaxing.
Of course,
but if you're sitting here making it worse on yourself, then you're the person to blame, not me, not Nick.
Of course, it's not giving them any PTSD from
giving them the benefit of the doubt.
There
giving
is
them
no
the
benefit of the doubt.
I'm being nice. I'm trying to still be nice because
you can be nice. I will not. There is no benefit of the doubt. They're not getting PTSD from this. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a dildo in her vagina right now getting off to this. There is not a single fucking thing that involves PTSD and this person involved with this, because if she was having PTSD, she would not have the capacity to actually chat about it. She wouldn't be able to complain. She'd be crippled by the PTSD. We've got to stop this shit. I have so much PTSD, I must engage in this further and talk about it. Fuck off. Discredit to everybody with PTSD. What a fucking lying piece of garbage. These people, I am so fucking tired of these people who come out and make themselves into victims, literally by proxy, diminishing the victimhood of actual victims of violence, of actual victims. If she's an actual victim of violence, I have sympathy for her on that. The problem is by her saying, I have PTSD from my ex, and these two men talking about it on the internet are giving me PTSD. No, we're not. Because you know why? Our fist isn't hitting you in the fucking face. It isn't even close. We're not even in the same state as you, you weirdo. It can't possibly be giving you PTSD. And if it was, you wouldn't be sitting there watching. You're lying. You're lying to try and build yourself up, to give yourself clout, to make your life important. You are the Karen. You are the literal Karen. This is a symptom of Karenhood. Go seek fucking help. It's a goddamn disease in your brain that you think that somehow you need to be made more important by a trauma that you have. If you had that trauma, Get help around it. You would not sit around doing this. Never in a million years would a trauma victim stay and engage in the trauma so that they could be reminded of the trauma. That is absolute horsecock. I will never fucking accept it. Get help for your neuroses, your histrionics, your fucking narcissism, whatever it is. But you don't have PTSD from this.
Just the suggestion.
What was that?
I said, did they try BetterHelp.com?
BetterHelp.com. I've heard BetterHelp.com is great for handling these issues. I've heard
good things about BetterHelp.com.
Matt Jarbo told me about it. It's perfect.
I know.
All right, man. I'm going to stop watching their stupid stream. They're embarrassing. And of course, I'm going to let you go so I can finish up these chats. And I hope everybody gets all of the PTSD. I hope everybody has to run to their therapist after every stream that I do. That would mean my life is great. And fuck all of you and your mental health problems. I don't care. Send it to my complaint department. But anyway, is there anything you want to say, Ken?
Should I share anything, or I don't know if it's appropriate?
You can share whatever you want.
Well, I mean, I have my locals. I don't know if I know people have asked to reach out to help. If you want to do that, you're free to do that. Right now, probably my locals is my best way to do that. I also have a Stream Elements that I've set up too for tips.
What's your locals? What's the address?
It's kenscounselingcouch.locals.com.
There you go.
So you can do that there. It's $5 a month minimum. You can do more. You can also do one-time donations. I'm going to see if I can put my my Stream Elements tip thingy on my locals page as a pin post for anyone who wants to do just a one-time thing.
You can also do what people really don't know this about locals, but you can do one-time donations through locals as well. If you don't want to do a monthly thing.
One person had trouble finding it earlier, though. I don't know if it's just hard to find because I found it before, but
I don't know that they've emphasized it that much. Here's the funny thing. Real quick, this is the last thing. Squishy the cat. Someone said Nick makes 6 figures a year on YouTube. And Squishy the cat says, no, he doesn't check Social Blade. Hey, Squishy, check this out. This whiskey, Kentucky Owl Rye Whiskey, this shot of whiskey that I'm pouring right now is more money than you will make on YouTube this entire year. Right here. Now, this isn't really fair because I could have done that with Jack Daniels, but I'm going to do it with a much more expensive bottle. Don't believe everything you read on Social Blade, buddy. All right. So you guys should definitely check out Ken's Casting Couch.
Counseling Couch. The
Counseling Couch. Ken's Casting Couch is his OnlyFans page. Ken's Counseling Couch.
Ken's Casting Couch is my cast, which apparently upset people because I accidentally left the joke in my ticker bar, and people were flipping out on the first day of streams because they're like, "You're advertising your OnlyFans while doing this." I'm like,
"It's
holy
a
shit,
joke.
It's a joke.
OnlyFans.
It's literally a joke."
Oh my god! By the way, you know that do these people not know that OnlyFans, while being a sex positive website, which they should all support anyway, is also for non-sexual content, and that all of OnlyFans' advertising, literally all of it, is about their non-sexual content?
Like only pans for cooking or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. All right, man. Well, thank you for coming on. Keep me posted if whatever else goes on, if any other developments occur. And I'll keep you in the loop if anything happens on my end.
Will do. I'll probably kick around and watch you. I think you're doing what, Doki Doki tonight?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll probably watch.
I call it Doki Doki because Doki Doki.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't care. It's gonna be fun watching you struggle with this. So
yeah, it's gonna be a disaster. So that'll be great.
Oh yeah, that's a Twitch stream for you. The only thing that wasn't a disaster was the thought stream. That was probably the best day of my life. I went through like 3 bottles of Astroglide, but it was a good day.
So many people are mad about that stream. I love it. I can't wait to do my next one.
Dude, I can't wait for the next one.
But all right, man. Well, let me hang up with you, and otherwise I'll never finish this show, and I have to.
I know. We're bad about that.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good one.
Peace. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's get this thing wrapped up in just a second. But you know what? I got to do one thing first. Before we get into anything else, I just want to put one thing on screen. Can we do that? I think we can do that. Let's put one thing on screen, and I think this might really, really piss people off. All right. This is a preview. This is a preview of things to come. Are you ready? What is this? In the Court of Appeals for 5th District of Texas, Dallas, Texas, N.R.E. Michael Long, Relator. Original proceeding from the 417th Judicial District Court of Collin County, Texas. Honorable Judge Michael R. Snipes and Honorable Billy Ray Stubblefield. Petition for writ of mandamus. Oral argument requested. Michael J. Long, pro se. What is that? What is that? I don't even know what that is. But I think maybe this week we might have some issues. Oh. Oh man. Did they mean realtor? No, relator is a legal term of art. It is not the same as a realtor. It is a relator. So completely different thing, but that's that. Okay. Let's find out what the rest of the chats are saying. We've got a couple older ones here that I need to get to. We've got Admiral Fooklaw says, to the whale, Squishy the cat, and the rest of the Shamu Karens in chat. He's calling you fat, you fat fucking ladies. Pathetic. That are stream sniping the stream. May you all get hysterectomies and drown in the box of wine or choking on fur balls from the cats you keep jailed in your homes. That's unfortunate. Damn. Joseph Kerwin says, get a subscribe star, Ken. I'll throw you some bones, if only to spite the Karens. Start a service where you tell them to eat fish hooks once a month. That's worth $1. I'm going to do one more thing for fun. Wait, where'd it go? Here we go. I want to... Damn it. Okay, I'll do it this way. This is, I want to do this. So there we go. These people are fixated on the idea that Ryan B says, guess they don't know I'm a guy and not a lady. I'm pressing X to doubt, Ryan B. Maybe it's you who doesn't know your appropriate gender. They're fixated on the idea. So this is what they do. This is the exposure of these people and how they act, right? I don't like what the person says Therefore, they must beat their wives. They must abuse their children. They must do some terrible thing. They have to justify. They have to justify their hatred of the person. They have to vilify them. They have to turn them into a bad guy because they believe themselves to be decent. If they believe themselves to be decent, then they can say, no, I'm actually good. Since I'm good, this person is bad. Therefore, I can talk about them because they're too pathetic to admit that they just don't like someone. That's okay. They can not like me all day. They cannot like me. That's fine. No one, dear Christ, some days I don't like myself. But there is no need for justification, but they believe that they have to have one. And so it's good to show what these people are. It's good to show them for who they are. And there's no better way than the pathetic cowardice of their failure to involve themselves in any sort of discussion. They have to type it up. But what do you do? The best thing is Squishy the Cat will probably cowardly delete the stream snipe, but it'll be preserved on here forever. All right, so Rabbi Tiny Hat says, Mr. Jennings, if Miss Elkins truly violated her ethical obligations, please file a complaint to the bar. Nick, please follow this with intent so we can see what actual punishment of a lawyer looks like. I hope this may end a legal career. I don't think it will. I do think that a bar complaint against her would be justified. But I don't think that it would ultimately end up in disciplinary action that would be meaningful. And I'm not a fan. I am not a fan of the cancel thing. She did a stupid thing. She should not have done it. But she did it in the representation of her client. I find it hard to fault her for that. I don't think that a bar complaint is the right course of action. Many people would, and I do believe it's justified. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. And there's a whole gulf between justification and correctness that needs to be recognized. And too many people don't want to do that. So that being said, no, I would not advocate it for it. I'm not that kind of person. It's not how I do anything in my life. I do not say you should go after people's professions, except under the most extreme circumstances. Colonel J says, tell us what really happened at Matsuri, Nick. Tell us how afterwards Vic invited you to his hotel room, locked the door, and demanded you to put on the sailor uniform. No comment. No comment. Bad Dragonite says, Soder deaded me for 15 minutes in the server for calling his tent gay while he was experiencing a real-life scene from Deliverance. This is a violation of my free speech. I want a refund on life. Oh, you can ask for it in heaven, buddy. When you get wrecked. Next. Oh, shit. I lost my spot. Where the fuck? Man, I hate Streamlabs. Okay. Anthony James says, YouTube is determined to hide my comment in chat. So now they get to hear it. To that Spurg asking for a refund, nope, get fucked, retard. And now to YouTube, fuck you, you censorious pile of garbage. Go fillet a rusty bayonet. Damn. Based and red-pilled. Kool-Aid Man says, oh yeah, Nick, I'm still waiting for Mr. Barnes to get me bail. The dead whore in my picture wasn't a problem, but the bricks of heroin, the AK-47, and the polar bear cub in her vagina were an issue. On the bright side, my big glass cock got a mugshot. That's disgusting. Thank you for that. I don't know how the stream snipers are going to take Kool-Aid Man, but that'll be good. Fancy the Fanciful says, Nick, could there be a potential Fourth Amendment violation on what the government wants social media to do with misinformation posts? Probably not. Probably not, because you're posting them at least in a semi-public fashion. The government has not held public or semi-public activity to be protected by the Fourth Amendment. It maybe should be. There needs to be a revamp of Fourth Amendment jurisprudence in regards to the modern digital age. It was literally my thesis paper in law school. So that that is good. But it hasn't been done yet, and it probably won't. It'll happen in 10 years when social media is dead and something else has risen up. That's how it works. That's how the courts move. But you know, it should happen, but it won't. But Fourth Amendment on public activity has not been enforced, even though, again, if your neighbor overhears you say something in public, that's one thing. If your neighbor follows you around recording everything you say, that's different. The government is more like, right now, the second scenario. They are the neighbor who is walking around with a recorder, recording everything you say in public, and then determining it to be censorable. And that is a problem. It's a problem that doesn't exist in free speech or privacy law. Privacy law is something that's developed. You got to understand, privacy law it started developing in the 1500s. Maybe 1400s. 14 to 1500s, the English common law was being built around privacy and about government intrusions into it. It was a lot different than what we have, because obviously there was a king, they had different freedoms, but it started there. And this is developing centuries, literal centuries before social media was a thing. And that Fourth Amendment law is based on concepts that are centuries old. It's not based in present reality of social media. So you have government interference, government intrusions into quote unquote public spaces that aren't actually public. And that if you made an analog, a physical analog of what they're doing, would be a harassment charge for anybody other than the government. So, but the Supreme Court has to catch up to that, and it's going to be a long time before that happens. Longreach Jones says there are sufficient anecdotes about family courts out there that the father may be assuming the court will rule in the mother's favor simply because she is not an accused abuser, regardless of the boyfriend. Stories of dads being screwed over are rife. They are. And I would suggest that stories of dads being screwed over are probably overemphasized on social media, and that while the courts definitely, through the 80s and 90s, have a history of being overtly biased towards the woman, not only overtly, but legally biased towards the woman, that is not the case anymore. And as we see dads fighting back, using modern laws, using the rewrites of existing law, we're starting to see dads get more and more custody. Dads get reduced support obligations against them and stuff like that. Again, I know that the narrative exists out in the MGTOW world and others that dads always get the short end of the stick. And almost always those proclamations are based on older law. They're based on laws prior to when state legislatures, and not all state legislatures have done this, to be fair. Minnesota, they made a very conscious effort to say that gender of the parent cannot be used as a determining factor. We simply have to go off the facts of what is the time spent with the child. That's why we have a worksheet for spousal support or for child support obligations. We have a literal worksheet. How much does each parent make? Male or female, doesn't matter. How much time does each parent spend with the child? And then we have a mathematical formula to determine how much support the child gets from whatever parent has less time. And it scales based on the percentage of time. Minnesota has made very conscious efforts. Not all states have, but all states are working towards that way because there is a lingering perception of unfairness to dads, which is based in historical reality. It's changing. It's been changing for at least 10 years, if not 20. It's not perfect yet, but it's getting better. So that being said, Michael Long may think that he's not going to get a fair deal because Kelly Long is the mom. Michael Long, this is important to note. And I said this back when I first covered the case. We don't know. Michael Long could be the dirtbag. He absolutely could be. He could be coaching Sophie. He could be telling her to say things. He could be lying about Kelly. We don't know. Family law is a messy, messy place. The problem is that when particular parties take particular actions, it undermines their credibility. With Michael, the undermining of the credibility comes with running with Sophie. Not a good look. Would not have recommended it if I was his lawyer. He's not represented. He's operating pro se. I believe he fired his lawyers a long time ago. I would say that's a bad choice. I get his sentiment. If he truly believes Kelly is a danger to the children, then he feels like he's willing to accept any punishment. From a dad perspective, I get that. Legally, that's not the right move. Kelly, on the other hand, by wanting to suppress the writ of mandamus petition, by trying to, by encouraging people to go after and stop, or Kelly, her lawyer, whatever, whoever it is, by encouraging people to go after people who are simply talking about this in a negative way or a neutral way. That's the important part. Ken was talking about this case neutrally to the parents, deferentially to the child, because Ken cares about how kids are treated. He's a decent human being. But he was neutral to the parents. Neutral's not good enough for Kelly's lawyer. She needs pro-Kelly, period. So wanting to suppress those documents, that is the bad action on her part. And lots of lawyers fall trap to this. When clients come to me and they say, I want someone to stop doing something, can you write a cease and desist? I always, always, always say, are you sure that you want to do this? Are you sure you want to engage the legal system because you disagree with what someone said? I don't necessarily think it's the best option, because once you involve a lawyer, once you say, I've got a lawyer and they're coming after you, all avenues for reasonable discussion, Thanos snapped. They're gone. They're done. You no longer get to. You say, I've got a lawyer, suddenly they've got a lawyer, and then two lawyers with billable hours under their belts are going at each other at the expense of their clients. And that is not good for anybody most of the time. Cease and desists also have no physical legal effect. They're literally just me screaming into the wind. I can write a threatening letter to someone. Look, I like writing threatening letters to people. It's cathartic for me. It's funny. I get to call them piles of garbage in a legal document, and that's great. At the end of the day, they have no legal weight. They're 99.9% of the time completely pointless. So I don't recommend them to clients. You could write, without paying a lawyer, you could write the same letter. It'd have the same effect. None. No effect at all. And I know a bunch of stupid people on Squishy the Cat stream don't understand. They're not lawyers. It's not their fault. They don't understand that a cease and desist is literally meaningless. It's just paying someone else to write your angry letter rather than you writing it. So instead of you writing it, you give someone else $500 to $1,000 to write the letter. It still has no legal effect. None at all. It's just a threat. And oftentimes, I would say the overwhelming majority of times, that threat is completely empty and devoid of legal background. It's almost entirely used as a legally based intimidation tactic, and that's it, to suppress speech. They just don't know what they're talking about, and that's fine. I'm sorry that they've been suckered in by a shyster lawyer, but that's what happened. Bad Dragonite says, don't forget, the same cunts that doxed Ken had the gall to go on a live stream and put in the description that their rule was no doxing or harassment. Yeah, well, they don't have standards, right? Again, Ken isn't human to them, therefore they can dox and harass him. That's reality. That's what they want. That's what they want. Let's see. That one guy says, hey, here's a real question. Where's the GoFundMe for Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings? How do we keep our man from being down on his luck with no job for months? Go to his locals. Go to his locals. He as far as I know, he doesn't have a GoFundMe. Go support him on locals. Like the content that he does. Ken does good stuff. He's an interesting guy. Lots of experience, lots of perspective, lots of training. And the fact that these pukes got so butthurt by the fact that he had an opinion that was different than theirs is pathetic. How do we keep our man from being down on his luck with no job for months? You financially safe, buddy. Tell us how we can help. We're here for you, buddy. Go to his locals. That's that. I think that's it for Justice Chats for now. Oh, there's a couple more that came in, but let me get this one first. Gnome John says, hope Ken's situation gets worked out in his favor. This is absolute BS. Restreaming the restream was/is hilarious, though. Good stream. Lol cow's gonna lol cow. Oh, these people are pathetically embarrassing. They don't know how YouTube works. They think they're funny, they think they're novel, and they think they're cool. And their entire game is being anonymous on the internet. That's their entire thing. Being anonymous on the internet, and then subsequently, I have no problem with internet anonymity, by the way, but subsequently trying to leverage that over other people. But that's the reality that it is. They think that they can leverage their anonymity over other people, and that makes them great in some way. It doesn't. It just makes you pathetic. Kumat Aura says, Futa, horsecock or no horsecock? No. Stop it. Keck7 Go says, I saw Nick burn his barbecue like burned his boxed roux. Keck, I'm going to nuke Finland. Andrew War Snowbird says, Doki Doki Literature Club is the favorite video game of such luminaries as Peggy and Soye. I Hate Yankee says, I will 110% watch a stream on the history of money if you get Ty and someone from the Mises Institute as guests. Jackson Kai says, dude, that sounds great. I don't know who's from the Mises Institute who would do it, but God, that'd be great. I would learn so much. I'd love it. Jackson Kai says, the 96% of anime avatars that make the 4% of us look bad. Bullet Shepherd says, you mess with the rackets, you get the Full Metal Jackets. Shinobu Tezuka says, for $10, says, give me back my $5, Nikki. No, I will grift you. I'll grift everybody. Look at that. Look at these people. I wish Nick wouldn't speak about any child's case while he's getting drunk or vulgar. You probably do want me to speak about a child's case, you fucking dummy. Because I'm always on the side of the child. You fucking piles of trash have no idea who I am. You're coming into this out of nowhere. You're taking a narrative from some fucking coward who won't even talk on a literal copyright violation. And you don't even understand. I am always on the side of the child. And when I get drunk and vulgar, I'm even more on the side of the child, you fucking pedophile. Eat shit and lead, you fucking degenerate. Mr. Snuffle says, this man paid $5 a month to insult mods. That's like going to a water park to pee in the water. Well, who doesn't do that, to be honest? Amateur Ant says, Nick, Can I pay you to hit you in the throat in the hopes of your voice changing to Kermit the Frog permanently? No. That reminds me, I missed a couple of chats from some people. We've got Wizards First Rule 57 says, Nick, kaboom, reset when you're not busy. Thank you. Yeah, it was reset, so thank you for resetting that. Amateur Ant says, well, if my hypothetical wife didn't clean the can opener right, it will rust, hence the need for discipline. We shouldn't be cuddling women anymore, especially over a possible $10 replacement. That's a hard-earned money gone to waste. Why would you make me say that? Mithran Emmer says, Texas investigates all bar complaints because they need to justify the salaries of all those lawyers they hire to work for the Texas bar. Terrible. Mithran Emmer says, interesting. Squishy isn't engaging in critique or commentary. If only there was some process and perhaps a federal act or two that would say that only rebroadcasting something was inappropriate. Crumbrion says, I hope they sound themselves using a fresh Lego piece. Oh my God! That's the worst thing I've ever heard, Cress. Mike, the dad Crosby says, I would have done $7.20 so you could bank the 70% you get, which would equal about $5, just so you could refund someone's $5. Enjoy the $7, Regatta Law. Thank you. BG Willia 21207 says, well, drama rama ding dong. Here's $5 American. Of course you lie. You're in marketing. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. So USCIS sent me $5 Canadian, says Discord has single-handedly accelerated the sexual degeneracy of the internet tenfold. Discord is cancer and should be excised. Eldon Bainling says the VTuber profile pic would have won if he had just said, lol, not going to read your wall of text after Nick wrote a wall of text. Too late now. He couldn't do that. Some generic name says, hey, Nick, did you see that Amazon just changed the rules for arbitration in their TOS to force users into court that favored them? They think they'll try to retroactively add that to the Parler case. No, they won't be able to maybe they'll try it, but they won't be able to retroactively add that. They won't be bound by that terms, especially because they canceled their contract with Parler long before that change. But it's a reality that Amazon, Patreon, and others are realizing that their terms of service that they created that were for them and have benefited them aren't actually for them and don't benefit them anymore. They don't. They don't benefit them, and they may be harming them. So they didn't foresee how their terms of service would affect them. Anna says, well, guess who just joined your locals? Keep doing what you do, Nick, and thank your mods for all your hard work. Take my coins, Grifter. I will take all your coins. Joshua Darty says, boy, Eris sounds like the type of fig to slob on Biden's old wrinkly Bezos. That's disgusting. Longreach Jones says that vodka looks suspiciously like water, Nick. I don't. I prefer not to drink vodka personally. Ryan1096 says, apologies. I should have been more specific on my price range. That's exactly what I was looking for. So here, grift me out of some more shekels. Get grifted. Amateur Ant says, Biden's pervertus was the president in Scary Movie 3 and 4. By Dennis Pervertus was the president in Scary Movie 3 and 4. Just a fun fact. Is that real? Come on. Longreach Jones says, wake up dead. Oh, you mean the isekai treatment. I didn't know Truck Kun was a government contractor now too. Look, I love me some Overlord. Bad Vibe says, I may or may not be one of those 12. Not applicable says, they didn't hire J&J to bust your kneecaps. So, true. Jackson Kai says, if an officer follows you for 20 miles, chances are they can find a reason to pull you over. Constant surveillance is no different. I agree. Donut Swan says, Nate the lawyer is a cold, calculating litigation machine. His robot Johnson is too fine to receive your worship. He's a very stable genius. I love Nate the lawyer. He's very smart. He's very sharp. And he has great discussion. I have great discussions with him. Vienticus Prime says, I would say that the government flagging posts is a due process issue. These posts are not being analyzed in court of law beforehand. Eldon Bainling says, I have it coming in hot into my interface. Ken. Longreach Jones says, a whine of Karens. Yona Hall says, a concern of Karens. The Christian Nomad says, so wait, something bad happened due to doxing? No. Yeah, doxing. I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of doxing. Bad things can happen from it, but it is a reality of the internet. It's real. Doxing happens. Most of the time, the dox is procured from publicly accessible information. Not always, and maybe not in this case. That's the interesting thing. Did Kelly Long's lawyers, we didn't explicitly say this, there's a real possibility that Kelly Long's lawyer, who sent Ken a cease and desist message, used her access to sealed court records to expose the personal information of someone who requested legally public court records at a prior date to cause them harm. Did they do that? I don't know. But the timing sure looks like they did. And the simps for this lawyer doing that, if I did that ever, I should be disbarred. Period. I would never in my life as an attorney, even if it was in the interest of my client, go, you know what? These are sealed records, but I'm going to go ahead and grab that information and leak it. And those people right now are scrambling to control the narrative. Oh, no. It was leaked prior. No one ever heard of it prior. No one ever did anything about it prior. Literally just conveniently happened when Kelly's lawyer decided to cease and desist Ken Jennings right after that. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking dummy. The super chats are a money laundering scheme as well. Someone who is too fucking stupid to understand the basic concept of money laundering. No. No. Let me just say, no. That's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Good job. How fucking stupid. Oh my God. Michael Mason says the Discord stuff has coaxed me to join. Great ad. Good. Music and Fiction says Squishy the cat can do the world a favor and do a backflip into a volcano. By the way, file your complaints at the bar. They won't listen to you. Jackson, they will listen. Music and Fiction, don't lie to them. The bar will definitely take everything they say with all the consideration that's due. They will listen. They will believe. They will trust it. Look at the irony of this. Okay. Which is why you've not been kicked. We respect other opinions that are stated respectfully. Message deleted. 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 We respect others. Message retract. You fucking police your own thing. Message deleted. Message deleted. Tons of respect. Tons of respect. Shell Bell says this guy is also earning money off of talking about Sophie. Oh, you haven't even seen me earn money off of talking about someone. You haven't even seen me earn money off of a case yet. You're in for a surprise. I haven't talked about this case in well over a year. Because, look, some weird shit happened. There's some disputes about what's going on. The narrative was changed very quickly on this. I didn't know. I hadn't followed it enough. Oh, you've got my attention now. You think I've earned money on Sophie's case so far? Oh, you haven't even seen me start earning money on a case yet. Oh my God. Prepare to have those panties soaked, you loveless sacks of garbage. It's gonna be a disaster for you. All right. Jackson Kai says, can we call canceling the struggle sessions they are? Apologies are seen as an admission of guilt while your attackers soak up your pain as virtue. Don't apologize to these fucking people. They're not people. They're not people. Sega says, Nick, the Karens are streaming your stream. That's where the chat is. Mr. Jeopardy, what is DMCA? Music and Fiction says, Squishy the cat's going to get her tail crushed. Hashtag PDF. Keck7 Ghost says, in Kermit voice, dead eggs, you fucking loveless harpies. Physicality Channel says, this guy must go to voice therapy ASAP. So I know nothing about him and yet can't shake the impression of him being a map. Look, Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings has therapist voice. That's it. It's a soft, non-confrontational approach. Doesn't have lawyer voice, which you sound like an asshole all the time. Lil Meme, thank you for the donation. Not applicable says, who are these porky backhoes? Pork. Mr. Bentham says, money laundering. I thought I was getting grifted. This is false advertisement, Nikki. I want a refund. Ooh. I sent that chat. What I did was I got a bunch of drug money from all of my cocaine deals. And then I sent a chat as Mr. Bentham, giving YouTube 30% to help me launder money. Now, the smart money launderer would actually send money laundering chats through Streamlabs, which takes a much smaller percentage of the donation, or would just simply donate anonymously through locals or some other thing. But the real smart, the shrewd, the astute money launderer, what they do is they go through YouTube. So not only is it public, is it on screen? Is it the most public money laundering thing possible? But they also lose 30% to YouTube plus the 30% in income taxes that they have from their definitely less than six-figure money laundering income. Again, these people are literally stupid. They don't know. It's not their fault. I don't know if they were dropped on their head. I don't know if they were fed arsenic and bleach. I'm not sure what happened to them, but their legal theories are a mess because they don't understand how the world works. That's it. That's it. I lose a collective of every super chat, about 43 to 48, somewhere in there, percent of money due to YouTube and taxes. It is the worst money laundering scheme on the fucking planet. And any dummy who would suggest that, oh, you know what you should do to money launder? You should do YouTube. They clearly have no experience with money laundering and should not listen to them for advice on how to money launder. If you want to learn how to money launder, just talk to a nail salon. They're great at it. Horror Amarata says, damn, Karen's driving me to subscribe to new channels and give you money to encourage you to talk about this more to irritate them. Keck7 Ghost says, what's more depressing, therapist or barren womb? Barren womb. 10 times out of 10. Donut Swan says, run these doxes through the Perv database and watch the fireworks. What else could be their motivation? Perv Inc. Public Relations. Wait, are you calling Squishy the Cat a perv? I think Squishy the Cat is probably into fucking kids. That's why they want Sophie so bad. That's why they're on the side of Kelly Long. They want to have sex with Sophie because they're disgusting, degenerate perverts. And they know it. That's the worst part. Squishy the Cat knows that they want to have sex with a minor who is a part of public controversy, because that's the only way their life will have meaning. They can't derive meaning out of their lives unless they have sex with a minor child who's part of a public controversy. Squishy the Cat is a fucking sex offender. Almost guaranteed. That's why they don't talk. It's why they don't use their real names. Sorry to say it. But that's the reality we're in. I don't know how else to describe Squishy the Cat other than a literal pedophile who tries to diddle children and has dark fantasies about having sex with famous children. Okay. Donut Swan says, get petty, dude. Gentlemen's rules no longer apply. Samurai Knight says, go for it, Ken. Hold them responsible for their BS. The left winning cause we try to be reasonable and nice. The left winning because we try to be reasonable and nice. Use their weapons and tactics against them. Wizard's first rule, send some laughing emoji. Stephen F says, first time I had sex with a Bronx prosecutor while her vid was off and mic muted. Other prosecutors on the line while her chief yapped away. Last summer, true story. Good job, buddy. Good job. Squishy the cat says, I'm sitting here laughing. Actually, Squishy, we know you're sitting there fantasizing about having sex with a minor, you disgusting pervert. We know it. Shell Bell, we know that you also have fantasies, dark fantasies about having sex with a minor child. It's insane. Predifuls is definitely a fucking pedophile. Does anybody have any information to counteract the narrative that Predifuls is a pedophile? I don't. These people are disgusting. They're disgusting pedophiles who want to have sex with minor children, especially famous ones, because it gives their lives meaning. They have sexual fantasies about them all the time. It's nasty. Ask your bartender, another pedophile. Why do you think these barren women are so obsessed with the Sophie Long case? We care about Sophie. They've sexually objectified a child. That's what they've done. That's who they are. They get their sexual gratification from it because they're not getting it from anywhere else. That's for sure. That's what they want. That's the only thing they know. Now they're confronted with it. Now they're going to deny it, of course. What do we do? He's pointed it out. Am I? Maybe I didn't even know. Oh my God, what do I do? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Who the hell does this guy think he is? He's a drunkard. Oh yeah, justify it all you want. Come up with all sorts of reasons why I must be wrong about your sexual obsession with a minor child in Texas that you have no connection to. You're the ones talking about it every day. You're the ones furiously defending her, even when people aren't attacking her. You're the ones who have justified going after someone who is neutrally talking about it in the best interest of the child because you didn't like the narrative. Ooh. How do you protest that? What do you do? Oh no, he must be drunk. Oh God, fuck, he's just unreliable. Shit. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do, you pedophiles? What do, you people who objectify and sexualize children for your own perverse fantasies? How do you combat the narrative? Uh-oh. Have you been exposed? He's literally Michael, but 10,000% worse. Oh, girl, you don't know me, but I know you. I've got you pegged. I've got you pegged real hard. You sexualize children all day, Shell Bell. That's all you do. It's all you know how to do. You don't have children of your own, do you? So what you do is you sexualize other people's children. That's the advantage that you have. You don't think of it as sexualization, though. Look, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, Shell Bell. You're not consciously doing this. It's subconscious. You get gratification from the objectification of a child. You're not trying. You don't want to. Believe me. You probably even regret it after the fact, right? Uh-oh. He's just drunk. He's just a liar on a YouTube stream. Am I? Or are you the one lying to yourself? What is it? What is it? Squishy the cat, help me. Help me. You like pegging, Nikki? Uh-oh. Is Squishy finding problems now too? Is Squishy a pedophile too? Of course. Of course. Why do these people have such an obsession with a minor child they have no connection to at all? None. They've never met Sophie Long, Kelly Long, Michael Long. They've never met a lawyer in this case. They have nothing to do with it. This is literally what they talk about all the time. All the time. This is their only thing. It's their thing, though. For some reason, they latched onto a minor child. Why is that? What deep-seated issues do they have? I wonder. I wonder what it is. Not applicable says Shell Bell is also a Porky Porco Porcus pork tractor. Maybe that's why she doesn't have any kids. Twisted Puppet says Squishy the cat. Hope your RV gets impounded by the RCMP. Mr. Bentham says replace critical race theory with teaching people how to use dark mode. It's way more essential. True. Bad Vibe says Shell Bell has a cobweb encrusted DAP. Lil Meme says that's not a Karen, that's an Uber Karen, both useless and deterrent. Wick Dipper says Ray John Griff King. TV01R11 says Nick, your streams give me PTSD all the time. If by PTSD you mean good background listening for Tekken, keep on grifting boomer. Who's your main in Tekken? TVOR11. Tag me. Don't send another super chat, but tag me with your main in Tekken. Umbrella Core Security says, have you seen Boogie's new mental health pity video? No, I'll have to check it out. Stephen F says, is combat decorated PTSD the easiest form of VA comp to obtain? Truth, everyone has PTSD. People are retarded when they misscale the degree of it is all. I don't have PTSD. I'm a soulless monster. I don't have any PTSD. That's the problem that these people, of course, have with me. I'm a soulless monster, and I am inoculated from their criticisms and their attacks. They don't know what to do about it. So instead, what they will do, because they can't do anything to me, what they will do is Squishy the cat, Shell Bell, Ask Your Bartender, will all fantasize about the sexualization of a minor child. That's what they'll do. They don't know how else to cope with it, so that's... when they log off the stream, they're going to be like, I don't know what to do about that guy. He must be a liar. He must be a grifter. He should be disbarred. Oh, God, the things he was saying is so offensive. So offensive that he would have free speech. Oh, God, that's terrible. Someone should stop him. But I don't know how. So I, Shell Bell, Ask Your Bartender, Squishy the cat, will go sexualize a minor. That's how I'll get through my night. And that's how I'll deal with my impeding loneliness. Ascended. Not So Handsome Jack says, just rub it in, Nick, and here's a little something. Texas Red says, I hope these people get rickets. Not applicable says, well, we do know he's not a man or well-adjusted. Eric D says, where did that go? Says, his, her, they, cat was called peanut butter cleaner until he, she, them sat down. Ryan 79 says, Shell Bell 8. My last super chat. Very unfortunate. No one important says Nick mods greater than poo poo greater than squishy mods. Bad Vibe says Nick Squishy probably already eats lead paint chips. Wizard's First Rule says, hey Squishy, may the dark gods deprive you of all future love and may all animals chase you when seen. Mr. Bentham says money laundering. Thought I was getting grifted. This false advertisement, Nikki. I want a refund. Ooh, no refunds. No refunds. Timothy Reaper says a group of Karens is called an entitlement. That's good. Ralph Max says trying to understand them on chat but no answers. Crazy. Horror Amarada says, hey Nick, can you starch this after you launder it? I hate wrinkly bills. Look, all my bills are crisp. Don't even insult me. Here we go. Look at this. I'm reporting this guy and I never report. Predophile's the pedophile. Pedophile almost sounds like pedophile. I'm reporting this guy and I never report. No, don't stop. Oh, please, God, no. I'll be on in groups working on it tomorrow. Hey, pedophiles, my bar and license number is publicly attainable. You don't even have to get into a group. I know you may need a support group for your fucking sex addiction to children, you pedophile piece of garbage. But since my information is publicly available, you don't have to work in groups. You can just work by yourself. It's a simple Google search. Go ahead. People have tried it before. You piece of shit. fuck you. Fuck you, the horse you rode in on, the kid you're fucking, fuck everybody involved. You disgusting piece of shit. Nobody likes you and your sexualization of a child, and you know it. That's how embarrassing your life is. Fuck you. Report it to the bar. Fuck you. I hope a tragedy befalls you. Josh Gaming says, Nick, take my dirt. Remember, before today, I had no idea you existed because you're not important. Before today, no idea. You chose this. All of you chose this. You chose it, right? It's the consequences of your actions. Fuck you. You pathetic pieces of shit. You fucking wastes of genetic information. Josh Gaming says, Nick, take my dirty stripper money and put it through the laundry. Nick Sex says, a new group is mobilized against you, law Karens. Oh. And sadly, they'll be weaker than every other group. Kalinka Pavlova says, Dear Squishy and Shell, you're cunts. Truly, get a hobby that's not fantasizing about kids being abused. It's the weirdest thing. Shellbell says, please keep saying pedophiles and talking about having sex with children. Keep going, please, Lamau. Shellbell, you are a pedophile who fantasizes about having sex with a minor to fill the empty void in your life. You're disgusting. That's the funny thing about this. No one else does this but you. Keep talking about it. I don't know why you'd want me to, but I'll happily engage you. I'll happily engage you, unlike any other man in your past who would never engage you. That's why you turn to children. That's why you're a pedophile. That's why you're the awful piece of shit that you are. Fuck you. Fuck you. All right. Let's see. Eric the Red says, I bet that tool bag thinks money laundering involved fabric softener. Stephen F says, money donation for the topic of Sophie's case. Kalinka Pavlova says, hey, Shell, no one gives a fuck how you feel. Shinoba Tezuka says, Squishy the fat diddles kittens. Ron Crossman says, if you want the salt to flow, show your super chat ranking. Look, I'll let them find that out on their own. I'll let them find that out on their own. Kalinka Pavlova says, Squishy tried to defend the boyfriend. They're a pedo. Ooh, gross. Lil Meme says, I don't just donate. YouTube deleted my chats. Sorry, Lil Meme. Kalinka Pavlova says, Shell Bell says you need to get off YouTube while voluntarily watching your stream. She can't turn away. None of them can. They're enthralled. They're enthralled. Just like they probably, at this point, have sexually objectified me. That's the really scary thing, because I wouldn't have sex with any of them, even if it was literally die in nuclear fire or have sex with them. I would choose a nuclear fire 10 times out of 10. But that being said, after they were done sexually objectifying Sophie, they for some reason, they can't turn it off. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle this. This is a new experience. Their loins are tickled. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't want to. I don't like you. Texas Red says, Squishy et al. Are probably no balls people. Wizards First Rule 57 says, Squishy, I hope you 50% pet cats #1 on you while you sleep, but you would probably like that. Oh, shit. Wait, I hope your 50 pet cats #1 on you while you sleep, but you would probably like that. Ooh, gross. John Cook says, look at the outrage the Karens doth protest too much. They don't know. Again, they don't know what to do with someone who doesn't give a fuck about their lives. Spicket84 says, Squishy the cat is a lesbian, and we all know that they don't exist. Kalinka Pavlova says, stay away from kids, Squishy. You too, Shell. Look, there's a high rate of sexual abuse amongst a particular demographic, and Squishy and Shell probably fall into it. The Gray One says, yo, Nick, didn't know you like Tekken. I want to do a tournament in one sometime. Who do you main? Look, I haven't played Tekken forever. When I did play, I played Armor King, Law, or no, not Law, Lay, and Paul Phoenix. Kalinka Pavlova says, Shell is a pedo, and we all know it now. Wizard's First Rule, I read that one. Victor Phantasm says, look at these roasties, Nick, look at them. Chat, look at them and laugh. They have no eggs. No eggs. Have you ever seen eggs? They've never seen eggs. An empty egg carton, they don't have any eggs. Shell Bell, Predafuls, Squishy, sad, pathetic, disgusting people. if you could even call them people. I don't know if you could call them people. Really, we should have standards on who are people, who aren't. Maybe some tests. Joha Wa Alheimar says, left for a bit and missed something. How do we get on cat ladies and kids? Look, the cat ladies are trying to get on kids in their minds because they can't get on anybody else. It's gross. It's disgusting, but that's who they are. Kalinka Pavlova says they want to find Sophie so she's abused by the boyfriend. Might be the case. Might be part of their sexual fantasies. Don't know. These people are foreign objects to me and ultimately disgusting. Let's see. We've got a couple more here. Where are we? Joseph Kerwin says, why would anyone beat a woman when it's so much more effective to just point out their flesh hangs from their arm like pancake batter? Good question. Malik Foxton says, was hoping this was going to be a shorter one, so I had time to watch Doki Doki. The game is going to suck for you until you get to the part where the people start redacted. And then she pulls a redacted and redacted. You'll probably love that part. Joseph Kerwin says, just in case they are still sniping. Eat a handful, bunch of fish hooks, you disgusting ham beasts. That one guy says, yeah, dude, if some crap like that doesn't lose your law license, then what does it take? Talk about no accountability. Santiago says, Squishy the cat is a fatty, fatso. Fat, pig noises. Malik Foxton says, hey, Shell Bell, deleting messages that were rude. Cry about it. Imagine yourself in the real world. You can't handle someone being rude to you. Literally spend one day outside talking to people calling you pathetic because you're acting pathetic. Joseph Kerwin says, the Karen's Baron Cooch is haunted only by spiders and biting mites. This is why they obsess over the youth they envy. Good. Here we go. You needed the recording. Motherfucker, every live stream I do is public forever. Go for it. Whew. Have fun. Shell Bell says, wow, proof right there that Nick and his chat are full of sexist, abusive, bigoted, nasty pedophiles that know nothing. Shell Bell, the only pedo here is you and your obsession with a public figure named Sophie Long, who happens to be a minor. Get help, legitimately, from me to you. You disgusting pervert who has sexualized a minor for your own gratification and self-importance. Get help. Get help. Like, all joking aside, I literally mean this. I mean this from the bottom of my soulless heart. Shell Bell. When you go back later in your life and look back on this issue, when you look back, you will realize that you, for whatever reason, whatever's going on in your life, you used a minor child to make yourself feel important on an issue. The jokes about pedophilia, the jokes about you sexualizing kids, those are jokes. Get over it, you fucking soulless coward. That being said, what's not a joke, this is real. Trust me, as someone on the internet who talks about a variety of things all the time, I see this. I see this all the time. Your social media posts didn't get interaction. You didn't get traction. No one would listen to you. You maybe have problems with your interpersonal relationships. I get it. You're going through hard times. You don't look the same that you used to. You're getting a little older, whatever it is. You're not able to attract men the same way. Women don't really want to hang around with you because you're not as fun, because you got some obligations in your life. It's okay. Everybody goes through this as they get older. So what you do, though, is you go around, you look for things that you're interested in, you find one, you talk about it, and suddenly, Shell Bell. Reminder who I'm talking to here. Suddenly people listen. Suddenly you're a moderator on some weird channel. Suddenly people are paying attention to what you say. Suddenly your social media posts have a few more likes. Actually, by a few more, I mean like 10 times as many, which comes out to maybe 20, right? 20, 30. But it's more than you had before. Suddenly you're in a Facebook group. You get invited in. Someone's like, "Oh, you're into the Sophie case or whatever." Me too. They invite you in. You're gonna show up. You're gonna say your bit. You're gonna be like, "Oh, Michael's a bad guy. Oh, Kelly's great. Oh, we gotta stop people from talking about Sophie. We gotta protect Sophie." Suddenly everybody's like, "Oh yeah. This is right. This person is right. I agree with them." Listen, Sophie's case will happen the way it happens. If you're alive or dead, if you're commenting on it or not, you're not involved. I know you think you are. I do. Trust me. I've seen people lured by the siren of social media over and over and over again. You think you're involved. You think you're being important. You think you're bringing information to people. You're not. You've just found a small circle of people who agree with you, Shell Bell, and that's fine. But know what you're doing. You're playing into the social media feedback loop for your own gratification. And your gratification is relying on the abuse, either from the mom or the dad. I don't know who's abusing the kid. I don't want anybody. I don't think she should be public at all. I don't think any of this should be happening. Kids should never be a token. You're leveraging the abuse of this child for your social media interaction. I know who isn't. Not me. I talk about everything other than Sophie's. I talked about it in a couple streams like a year and a half ago. Kind of let it go by the wayside because there wasn't much news on it, and there wasn't much to follow. I talk about all sorts of things. I'm not really. If I didn't talk about Sophie today, I'd talk about something else, and my life would go on. If you didn't talk about Sophie today, you wouldn't know what else to talk about, and your life wouldn't go on. And when you look back on this, and trust me, you're not. I know you're going to deny this. You don't know what to do about it. It's fine. You have no. No. I'm not doing it. Look, I'm talking about in 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years. I promise you this. When you look back on right now, you look back on this couple year period where you're following the Sophie case and feeling really important, you're going to realize, oh my God, I exploited a child for my own narcissism. That is worse than any of the jokes I can make about you being a pedophile and sexually fantasizing about children. I was making a joke point with those. You'll get that if you actually watch my channel. But real heartfelt advice here. And I mean this 100%. I know you hate me and that's fine. I deserve it. I deserve all the hate you give me. But really, when you look back on this in 5 to 10 years, you're going to go, oh, fuck. I was literally dependent on this child not being safe for my own gratification. I was literally dependent on this child being abused by either the mom or the dad or both for my own importance. I was literally explicitly exploiting this child's pain for my own interaction. That doesn't just go to Shell Bell. I'm calling her out specifically because she was commenting to me, and that's cute. But really, ask your bartender. Squishy the cat. The guy's name sounds like pedophile or whatever. All of you whose only thing is Sophie Long, they're not listening to you for you. They're listening to you for her because they're all in the same boat. You're all a sad sack of people latched onto some poor girl who never wanted anything to do with publicity at all, being manipulated and abused by two parents caught in a dispute between each other. And you're hooked on it, and you can't turn off your screen. Once you figure that out, I think you're going to regret it. And again, I mean that as someone who's been on the internet probably much longer than both of you, talked about subjects much more public than both of you for a very long time. Don't fall into that temptation, and don't stop harming this girl, and stop exploiting her for your personal gain. Whatever you think of me, you can call me a piece of shit for the rest of your life. I literally won't care. It's fine. Get in line. But for you, and I hope someone else has the decency to tell you this, maybe someone you like or whatever, for you, stop. talk to a therapist. You've got something missing. Go find what it is. It's not Sophie. All right, last ones. Luminaire says, Nick, get Emily Baker on to talk about Sophie. They love her. Are you being facetious? Eldon Bainling says, ghosts aren't real. Nobody saw nothing. Facts. As Cybertest says, Jesse from Pod Awful fully docs Mersh. What kind of degenerate, clout-hungry cheese pizza aficionado does that? Truly disgusting. Jesse, drink a bunch of asterisks. I don't know what that would be. Maybe bleach. Maybe sex juice. Squishy the Cat is a pedo says, does this mean my new username is now subject to legal action? Of course not. Bad Vibe says, people like those should get on the wall. Someone pass the brass. Daka Bobo says, we've gone from Rage Nick to Pastor Nick. Couple more shots and we'll be at worshiping the porcelain throne Nick. No, look, there's a lot of jokes. There's a lot of levity that goes on with these people. There's a ton of it. And you can see, look, I'm trying to pull it up. This guy has no clue. I'm staying. This misogynist is just a screwed up mental case. There's all sorts of justifications that they will try to pull. They'll try to put it on me. They'll try and demonize me or whatever. At the end of the day, the scary thing is right now, every single one of them goes, no, I know I'm right. Look, here we go. Shell Bell. I have my own life and I have a successful and full life. Michael stole Sophie, which is why we are supporting Sophie. Is it though? Is it? Is that it? It's because your own and full life. Have a look at my channel and ask me if I've talked about Sophie long besides recently sharing the missing persons. Sure, ask your bartender. Okay, yeah, no. Fine. I hope ML is really proud of this shit. I don't even know who ML is. Nick, I think you may look back with, oh, fuck, regret in 10 years. Nick, you don't know shit. You're only one exploiting Sophie during this live. You're vile and disgusting. No, Sophie is irrelevant to me. I hope that she is protected against both the mom and the dad. I want the best for her. I wouldn't have even talked about it if it weren't for you guys. You probably shouldn't have said much today, Nick. It's all denial. Let's see. I'm staying. I need my vape. I need it. This is exactly what ML has done to his daughter. I guess Michael Long. This disgusting live is a prime example. I've never talked to Michael Long in my life. I'd love to. Love to talk to him. Love to talk to Kelly Long. They don't know. They literally right now. I need my vape. I said 5 to 10 years. It might be already happening. I mean this as an observer of the internet, professional observer of the internet. These people will at some point go, shit, what was I doing? They don't know. They don't know if Sophie's safe with the mom. They don't know if Sophie's safe with the dad. They have no idea. None of us do. The only thing is they're bought into a narrative right now. And they're using that narrative to justify their own interjection into this thing. And they have never been confronted with this idea, and it's great. Because right now they're all thinking about it, and they're going to dismiss it. Of course they will. Oh, he's just a drunk. He's just a stupid. He's just a nobody on YouTube. He's just a grifter, blah, blah, blah. I've heard it a million times, sweetie. You can't tell me anything I haven't heard. Literally none of it. Again, my name and face are public for a reason. You can't come at. Oh, he beats his wife. Are you the first person who came up with that, you think? You think you're the first person to accuse me of beating my wife without any evidence of it? All right. You're very clever. That being said, what is the first thing that happened tonight is you guys being confronted with the reality that you are exploiting this little girl for your benefits, and you're the ones who have to live with it. And by the way, have fun with that. Someday you'll understand what you did. Someday you'll be honest enough, and it's not going to, you'll have forgotten I existed by then. That's great. I hope you do. Okay. finally, Face Lord says they put me on a timeout. Was going to say you were behind 14 proxies and it'd take 88 years to hack you. And Tom Bombethrill says, great stream tonight, Nick. You're my new favorite drama channel. Look, I hate being a drama channel. I don't like talking about drama ever. Santiago says Shell Bell is a pedo and needs to get back in the kitchen. Oh no. Why would you do this? All right, guys, that's it. That's all I got for you. We'll be over on Twitch in just a minute. Even though it's really late, I promised I'm going to start Doki Doki. I don't know how long we'll go, but we're going to be over there. Come check me out. Twitch.tv/Recato Law. I'll see you there. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace. I'm starting it over. I screwed.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what